Good morning, esteemed members of the Institute, and this to formally welcome us to this special complimentary webinar, which is specially organized for the 55th Annual Accountant Conference Virtual Delegates. So, with me, I have the chairman of the Members Professional Development Committee, in person of Honorable Nasir Mohammed, MNI FCA. Mr. Chairman, sir, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are we not supposed to commit the proceeding to prayers?
We can briefly do that, sir.
Yeah. Oga Kinsley, please, can you pray for us?
All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we bless your name. We give you praise for this great day that you have created, and rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for life. We thank you for provision and protection. We thank you for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Father, we thank you for the members. We thank you for the entire presidency. We thank you for the governing council. Lord, we pray that you continue to guide us safely in the name of Jesus. As we are about to commence this webinar, oh Lord, we ask for your direction, guidance, oh Lord. Pilot this affair, be with our chairman, all the speakers, and the esteemed delegate, so that at the end we'll have every reason to give you thanks. For in Jesus' most wonderful and precious name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So this is by way of welcome address. Mr. President, the 61st President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, distinguished Malam Haruna Imaya Haya, MNI, PhD, FCA, the Vice President of the Institute, distinguished Hajia Quinsley Suparatu Sugosime, MNI, FCA, the First Deputy Vice President, distinguished Mazi Chief Etopalam Osoji, MNI, FCA, the Second Deputy Vice President, Chief Oyemole Akinsulere, PhD, FCA, who is also the chairman of the 55th Annual Conference. Honorable Council members, particularly my council colleagues on this Members Professional Development Committee. First, my Deputy Chairman, Air Vice Marshal Adamu Abubakar, distinguished MNI, FCA, who is a member of two most disciplined institutions, ICAN and the military. Mr. Daudu Folosho Michael, FCA, respected partner with Deloitte. Chief Daniel Awazi, FCA, and our distinguished Dr. Kinsley Ayode, FCA, the Registrar Chief Executive of the Institute, Mr. Larry Olasokomi, PhD, FCA, the Deputy Registrar, Technical Services, Ms. Anaso Ejioma, PhD, FCA, and the Director and HOD of Members Professional Development Department. Paper presenters, our resource person, distinguished resource persons, members and non-members of the Institute, present on this webinar, and all other support personalities, good morning, and you are welcome to this very special webinar. As you would have noticed by the circular released by the registrar, Mr. President was concerned with the hitch that was experienced on the first day of the 55th annual conference, where virtual members, that means you in this call, were unable to fully participate and gain on the first day of the conference. Very concerned with the situation, Mr. President presented to Council proposal for this webinar. Our Council, being member-centric, quickly approved the proposal to conduct a special webinar by of complementing the aspect of the conference that our colleagues and indeed non-members were unable to catch up on the first day. The Secretariat, under the able leadership of the Registrar and his Deputy Registrar and the Department Director and HOD, were able to organize this, which was reviewed and approved by the MPD committee. Today, we thank Almighty Allah for the opportunity to deliver on the mandate of the Members Professional Development Committee as approved by the Council. We are happy to run this webinar in 3 sessions, choosing very, very valuable topics to be delivered by tested resource persons. And we pray that members will be very, very conscious of the presentation, to take relevant notes and make questions at the end of each paper, which the paper presenter will also gladly answer. On behalf of the Council of the Institute, under the able leadership of the 61st President, in addition to earlier apologies made for the loss of view and communication on the first day of the conference, which was arising from the technical issues beyond the control of the Institute, we still apologize that we missed. But by the grace of God, this webinar will fully compensate and even give you additional values for that particular day and that particular situation. On this note, I would like to introduce the Council members on this committee, so that when you hear their name, you'll be able to appreciate that they are members of this Members Professional Development Committee. Like I said, first we have Air Vice Marshal Adam Abubakar, MNI, FCA. Is he on call, sir? Is ABM on call, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. When eventually he joins, please notify us so that members can also see his face and he can say a word to members. Yes. Then we have Michael Folusho Daudu, FCA. Sir, is he on call?
Not, sir.
Okay. Next is Chief Daniel Awazi, FCA. Is he on call?
No, sir.
Okay. Then the next council colleague is one that has given us opening prayer, Dr. Kingsley Ayoze. You can still show your face and say a word, Doctor.
Thank you so much, my distinguished chairman, sir. It's a pleasure working with you. We pray that this webinar will give that desired knowledge that members lost during the 55th annual conference. Once again, I want to say a big thank you, sir, for the opportunity provided. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Then the Registrar Chief Executive, Larry Olasokome, PhD, is he on call?
Not yet, sir.
All right. The Deputy Registrar Technical Services, Madam Idioma Anaso, PhD, FCA, is she on call?
Not yet, sir. Not yet, sir.
All right. Then the Director, Members, Professional Development Department, Okunola Adesola, PhD, FCA, is she on call?
She has not joined us yet, sir. She has joined now. She's with us, sir.
Okay, let her say a word.
Kindly unmute, ma. Maybe she's having network challenge. I think she has
that's all right.
joined the call.
So finally, the HOD, Mr. Apis Ajia, please, you are already in charge. So let them see your face and say a word.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And as the chairman has said, we have a sincere apology for what happened during the 55th AAC conference, and we hope that it will not be only value recovery, it will be value addition to all the members that are in attendance today. Thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, thank you too. So now the proceeding will be that the director of the department and HOD of the department will continue with the proceeding. They will call on the paper presenter, then they will deliver his citation, and then he will deliver his presentation. Each session will be chaired by a council member present, or the registrar himself or his deputy registrar will chair the session. So now I will hand over to the director and the HOD to continue with the proceeding. You are most welcome, all on call. Thank you very much, and God bless you, and remain blessed.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Farmer. And based on the directive, I will call on the council member, that's Dr. Kingsley, IOC, to take over the sessions.
All right. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity being provided. The 61st president of our great institute, Malam Aronamma Yaya, MNI PhD FCA, the vice president of our great institute, distinguished Ajia Begosime, MNI FCA, the first deputy vice president, Dr. E. Osuji, MNI FCA, the second deputy vice president, Chief Oye Akusilere, PhD FCA, who also doubles as the 55th chairman of the annual accountant conference, the immediate past president, Chief DCS Alaribe FCA, my distinguished chairman of the membership professional development, Honorable Nasiru Mohammed, MNI FCA, other senior council members on call, the registrar chief executive, members of our great institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and the delegate here on call. It is indeed my singular honor to welcome us to the first session of this complimentary webinar. As earlier said by the chairman, this webinar is not just only for value creation. It will indeed offer us the privilege of having value addition. The theme, as we know, is titled Building Trust, Resilience and Accountability in Nigeria, Digital and Sustainable Economic Transformation. However, the first thing we shall be looking at is what I have looked at as SSS. What does SSS entails? We are looking at smart, sustainable, and secure, with emphasis on redefining value creation for the Nigerian economy. I repeat, the first session is titled Smart, Sustainable, and Secure, Redefining Value Creation for the Nigerian Economy. And we have a seasoned resource person in the person of Mr. Shehu Peters, FCA, to actually drive us through on this important topic. All I want to charge us members is that let's sit back, let's relax. In addition to what our chairman said, get your pen, get your jotters, so that we'll be able to jot important things that will be said by this great resource person. On this note, I want to wish us an interesting and knowledge-enriching webinar as we invite Mr. Shehu Peters, SCA, to drive us for the next 1 hour and 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So I also have on the call my colleague, Scholastica Kebudu, and she will briefly read a citation before she presents a slide.
All right.
Oluwaseun Peters is an accomplished finance executive and transformational leader with deep expertise in corporate finance strategy and operation. She currently serves as of Access ARM Pensions Limited, one of the Nigerian's largest pension fund managers, where she oversees financial strategy, investment optimization, and performance reporting across multiple pension funds. With over 15 years, Accelerex and Access Corporation, she has led landmark corporate finance transactions exceeding 5 billion, spanning M&A advisory, business planning, capital raising, valuation, and strategic restructuring across Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. She previously served as Group CFO at Accelerex Holdings, where she led multiple country finance operations and drove the company's expansion and investment readiness agenda. Oluwaseun is a chartered accountant who earned multiple national prizes from ICAN, including Best Qualifying Female Candidate in the November 2008 Professional Exam Part 3 Qualifying Examination, She is a first-class accounting graduate and valedictorian of the pioneer set of Redeemers University and an alumna of the prestigious IE Business School Global Master in Finance program. Passionate about financial literacy, strategic transformation, and capacity building, she actively contributes to national development through ICAN faculty leadership and youth-focused initiatives. Please make welcome Oluwaseun Peters for her presentation. Have an insightful session, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Scholastica. Shem Peters, please grab the call.
Inviting me to facilitate this session. Hello, delegates. Thanks for taking time out to join this session this morning. I will just very quickly go into my presentation. And just as it was introduced, the presentation is really talking is the SSS. I think when I was preparing it, I didn't even think about it that way, but I like the abbreviation I was given, SSS, which is smart, secure, and sustainable. I would start presenting right away. Please let me know when you can see the slides. Hello? Can we see the slides?
No.
Not yet.
Okay. Not yet. I'm presenting it already. Okay, let me just re-upload it again.
Or should we display it from our end?
Oh, yeah, but it's just, I wanted to present for ease of navigation. It's processing. Okay. Can we see it now?
Not yet.
Okay, please, can you go ahead and project from your side? I don't know what's going on. Okay, thank you very much. So the topic before us today is smart, sustainable, and secure. And the focus is really on redefining value creation for our economy, for the Nigerian economy. So the way I've looked at it is to just distill it into different parts. So we're going to start with the introduction, and we'll look at what smart means, right? What sustainable means, and what secure means. Then we will find a way to all tie it together and also look at some of the case study and even some of the things that we are doing right here in Nigeria. And of course, we will conclude the session with key takeaways. And of course, in between, just like what has been introduced, there will be some questions just to test that we are following, and the topic is really resonating with all of us. So I will go into the introduction. So in the introduction section, we have the learning objectives, and I'm going to be talking about what is going to be the key takeaway from this session, and of course what is value creation itself and why this matters, because smart, secure, and sustainable SSS. Why are we talking about this now? Why is this important? I think that's something that we'll try and do before we go into the meat of the presentation. So in terms of what you're going to learn from this session, please I want you to just also take a guess. What do you want to learn from this session? So write it down, and let's see if, of course, when I talk about what I believe that we'll learn from this session, there's going to be an alignment. The first thing is, I believe that, we'll understand how, how there's really a shift, because, before, for a lot of countries like Nigeria that are similar to Nigeria, the focus is on, your natural resources. For us in Nigeria, is oil. So we are very focused on oil. Oil has been supporting our economy for so long. We've extracted value from oil for, several times. But the world is shifting away from the bread and butter oil, the agriculture and all those natural, the things that we've been doing, to more of, data, intellectual property and things like that. So for us as Nigerians, how do we ensure that we have an economy that is moving towards, where it should be, and stand tall when you're looking at global economies? Also, can you move on to the learning outcomes, please? Also, we want to, also another thing that we need to also understand is that there's a lot of opportunity in Nigeria. We have the people, we have we have an economy that have gone through so many shock, and it's still a resilient economy, I must say. Another thing we're going to do is to identify pathway across some of these core themes that we talk about: secure, sustainable, and smart. And look at what can we do as for government, for SMEs, for we in the finance, we accountants, finance executives, how we can influence policies. I think that's one of the things that I believe that at the end of this session we should be able to appreciate and better understand. So the next slide is talking about framing the topic, and in my mind is really around how I'm looking at this topic. So when we talk about the first thing is we talk about the global shift. As I mentioned, there is a shift towards digital transformation, artificial intelligence, automation, cloud computing. If you look at some of the big companies now that in Nigeria, that we call them startups, but they are getting, being valued over $1 billion. And what are they doing? They are really targeting the part of this topic: smart, sustainable. Yeah, and I'm happy that Nigeria is now taking a good, being more conscious about sustainability, the climate. You see the president, the vice president and some of the people in the cabinet being represented at top climate events. There was one that happened last year in Dubai, and Nigeria was very represented. I'm happy that we are now thinking about that. In fact, another good thing is that Nigeria was the first country in Africa to issue a green bond. It's also something that is very laudable. Another thing is security. One of the major thing, security in this case is I'm not necessarily talking about the physical security. Of course, we know that as a country we have challenges with security, but I'm really talking about as it relates to smart, the cyber security, data protection, and things like that. So for Nigeria, what is the unique opportunity and challenges we face as we look at these three SSS: smart, sustainable, and secure? One of the major challenges we have is infrastructure. So infrastructure around smart, meaning that you need the network, you need the 5G, you need the fibers, you need the broadband, you need electricity. Electricity powers technology. You need those things to come together. Of course, another thing that we face in Nigeria, which is not peculiar, is really climate vulnerability. We are seeing excessive flooding. When it's raining, you see some location in Nigeria that almost just completely flooded. We are seeing that happening globally as well, but it's something that we need to start thinking about, whether as people that are involved in policies or even as finance executive in our companies. What are the major opportunities? Our opportunity is we have a very young and vibrant population. We have a vibrant private sector. Our informal sector is extremely large. We have our fintech is making waves globally. We are hearing the big names. We are hearing about the Paystack, the Flutterwave, the MoneyPoint, the InterSwitch. They are making waves and they are really standing tall. We have abundant resources, even though we focus largely on oil. But Nigeria has a lot of, in fact, there are some of these rare heads. There was this debate around rare heads over the last couple of weeks, between the big economies. But one of the interesting things is that Nigeria also have some of these rare earth minerals, but the question is, are we exploring and are we maximizing that opportunity? So why is it important to talk about smart? Smart boosts efficiency, productivity, and innovation. And sustainability drives long-term long-term value. Because if you build smart without thinking about sustainability, you are going to climate change will happen to you. And when those things are happening, you cannot reap the long-term benefits of some of the investments you've made, whether in smart or in secure. So sustainability sort of weaves everything in. And I believe that, even as we go further, we would have better appreciation and understanding of this topic. So on the next slide, we're talking about, how understanding the paradigm shift. As I've said, Nigeria is heavily dependent on oil, agri, and low value manufacturing. And that's not sufficient for competitiveness. To build a 1 trillion economy, to build a circular economy, you have to shift to things that are more high value drivers. The world is shifting. Countries like Singapore, it was a very small country in the 60s, in the 1960s. Now Singapore is an extremely big economy. A very tiny island nation is a major power. And they have largely limited natural resources. UAE don't have a lot of things. In fact, their oil reserve, I don't believe is even up to what we have in Nigeria. But if you go to the UAE country right now, is at the forefront of real estate, at the forefront of innovation, and globalization. So it just shows the power. It's not really about how rich you are in natural resources. It's about how you are investing in innovation, productivity, and things that will make your economy more resilient. So the modern economies is moving to knowledge capital. If you see something like United States now, of course, there's been debate against some of the policies that they've created, some decades ago, where they moved the low value manufacturing jobs out of the United States, and they focus on technology. And when you talk about technology, Apple, you will see, if you check the back of an Apple phone, I think it has something like assembled in China, something in California. The intellectual capacity, the property, what makes iPhone an iPhone, sits in the US, but the production sits in China. What they've done is to move the low value manufacturing to another country while they keep the high value drivers. And that's one of the things that is driving the economy. That country is that business is worth trillions of dollars, right? It shows the importance of intellectual property, technology. We're in the world of AI, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Claude, and all these other things. They've changed how we do research. They've changed how we live our lives. In fact, there's been a lot of conversations around how some of these things are going to disrupt the world of work. So data is key. Data is the new oil. How are you refining it? Talent is key. Of course, people have to be reskilled in the world of AI, but you still need the talent. I believe you need the talent. And digital asset is also very key. Your software, your digital infrastructure, your brand capital, all of these are things that will drive sustainable growth way into the future. So on the next slide, I'm just talking about, weaving it together from an introductory point of view. Smart, sustainable, and secure. A smart Nigeria will need to leverage on technology to boost productivity. We need to adopt digital tools across government. A lot of our government are still very, in fact, as for my company, as a CFO, sometimes when we want to file our payee taxes, because we have staff across the 36 states and the FCT, is really difficult because a number of the state internal revenue services, are not online. So we need to start thinking about, for our government, not just at the federal level, but at the state and local levels, how can we ensure that, our governments are, are connected, we don't, which is going to also reduce the cost of doing business, going to make things easy. People that want to comply, they find it easy to comply. So the data analytics for informed policy making, we need innovation ecosystems. I know that we have some in Lagos, but and of course the minister of the of technology and digital economy is also, they are trying to do some things around innovation ecosystem, but we need to move faster. We need to have, research institutes, which we lack in Nigeria. There's this disconnect between the educational system and the world of work. There needs to be a connect. A smart Nigeria must be data-driven, must be digitally enabled, and must be innovation-centered, which is the foundation of global competitiveness. You cannot compete in the world that we have today if you are not smart. So Nigeria needs to be smart, and we need to move fast, in this journey. Sustainable. When we talk about sustainable, we talk about ESG. economic, environmental, and social. Sustainability is now something that is strategic. I know that there are some policies that we are seeing right now that are somewhat contradicting when it comes to ESG, especially things around diversity, equity, and inclusion. But notwithstanding, sustainability is good for business. Economic sustainability means that it's beyond the ESG. Economic sustainability, how are we diversifying our economy? One of the things I've always heard since I was in secondary school is the fact that Nigeria is a mono economy. It means that, we earn the majority of our revenue from oil, and it's still the same way. So how do we make sure that the economy is sustainable, is resilient? Environmental sustainability, we talk about clean energy, circular economy, responsible resource use. That's something that we don't have in our culture, largely in our country. But as I said, there's been a gradual shift, even from our policymakers, around environmental sustainability, which is commendable. Another one is social sustainability, which is job creation, youth and women empowerment, financial inclusion, pension inclusion. How are we ensuring that we are reducing inequality? The gap, the economic distribution should be such that there's not so much people can afford to live. They said that let the poor breed. People can afford to live. They can earn a living wage. That's something that we need to start thinking about as an economy. A sustainable Nigeria will balance our economic ambition with our environmental stewardship and our social the social well-being of our citizens. The last one is secure, which is really talking about data integrity, cybersecurity, system resilience. A digital Nigeria must be secure, because when you talk about security, at the core of it is trust. People can do transactions when they trust that, nothing will happen in between that transaction. Once there is trust, there'll be flow of transactions. So as we're talking about the secure Nigeria, we want a strong national cybersecurity framework, right? We want data protection. I'm happy that, there's the NDPA, right? And, there's been a lot that is being done, around data protection and all that, but we need a resilient digital infrastructure. We need robust governance and risk management. And what I'm saying here is a secure Nigeria protects its digital assets, its institutions and citizens, building trust in its technological future. So the next thing is on the next slide is why the smart, sustainable, secure framework, why it matters now. Why is because, number one, we have demographic pressure and we have a lot of youth unemployment. Nigeria is at a crossroad. Remember I said earlier that our population, our youth population is our strength. But if those people are not actively engaged, then it becomes a problem. So we have a fast-growing youth population, but the job creation is not keeping up. And it's because it's still the traditional oil, agri, and low-value manufacturing. If we don't expand the economy and build resilience, we'll find difficulty in employing our youth. So without innovation-driven growth, unemployment will worsen. You have people still doing, either being unemployed or being underemployed. So smart creates scalable jobs in tech, in digital services, renewable energy, in creative industries. Sustainable ensures there is long-term resilience on employment. Secure provides trust infrastructure for digital work and platform. So Nigeria demographic reality demands a new innovation-led model for value creation. So the need for smart, sustainable, and secure approach to value creation is not a concept. It's not something that is still far down the line. It's something that we need to start looking at and working on right now. In fact, today is even too late because we should have been thinking about it more aggressively some decades ago, right? Another thing is that global competition for talent. We know about this jackpot syndrome. Some of our high-value youth, some of them are probably gainfully employed here or not, are moving to other climes for better opportunities. So you have that countries are now competing for our talent. People that should stay, and help us drive this SSS economy are going outside because those countries are investing, in technology, they're investing in digital infrastructure, they're investing so much dollars into bringing this talent because they understand the value or those talents are bringing to the economy. So it's something that we need to start thinking about, because we need to now also think about, we need to compete for our own talent. Yes, there are citizens, they should prioritize Nigeria first, but no, they also want to prioritize value to themselves and their family. So they will go to where the value is. So we need to ensure that even for investors, the ease of doing business is looked into. The quality of our digital infrastructure, our physical infrastructure, our everything is looked into, so that both our citizens and the investors, whether local or foreign, are able to stay and invest in this country, so that we can build a resilient, sustainable future. Another thing is that Nigeria is experiencing, as I said, we're experiencing a lot of climate change, flooding. There's been so many things around deforestation. I don't even think there are rules around deforestation in Nigeria. But it's happening. In some other countries, when you buy some of the product, they will tell you that, oh, for this product that you are buying, we have planted 10,000 trees, because they understand that product, they probably cut down one tree to make that product, but they are planting multiples, so that they are net neutral when it comes to the climate impact of what they are doing to their environment. So a smart Nigeria will use data and technology for climate forecasting. We are not there yet. We are far behind. We need to start doing it. In fact, I used to have some conversations, and I always say that, well, in Nigeria, we are just blessed that we don't have a lot of natural disasters here. If we do, I don't know where we'll be in this country, because we just don't have the tools and the capacity to forecast and to protect against some of those things. So sustainable Nigeria will drive the economy transition to clean energy. So a secure Nigeria will protect the infrastructure. So that takes us to just the introduction of this topic. Then we'll go into the core themes. The next slide is talking about smart. And under smart, I'll be looking at, how do we build a smart infrastructure for natural competitiveness, digitization of key sectors, human capital as a smart economy, for a smart economy and innovation ecosystem, and private sector enablement. So the first one is building smart infrastructure for national competitiveness. The first thing is digital. So we have three things I'm looking at here. I'm looking at digital infrastructure, power and energy reliability, and smart cities and smart public services. Under the digital infrastructure, we're talking about broadband penetration. Yes, I always see data from NCC saying that, smartphone or phones penetration in Nigeria is over 100%. Yes, I get that. But broadband penetration is not deep. In fact, right now, throughout this week, I had very bad network. And I'm using one of the telcos 5G broadband, and it's bad. Both the 5G, the 4G, everything is bad. I was in a meeting on Wednesday, and I just kept getting locked out. It was so frustrating. So and this is in the heart of Lagos. So imagine someone that is in Osun State, or someone in Kwara State, or someone in Zamfara. If at the center of Lagos, you're having problem with a 5G network, with broadband penetration, what happens to people that are even farther from the core infrastructure? So we need to start thinking about a digitally connected Nigeria. I'm happy that the federal government has finally heard the plea of the telcos, and they've increased the tariff. Now that they've increased tariff and there's more money being made, I see their numbers. I believe that they should have the capacity to invest more and give us better digital infrastructure, because our infrastructure is not where it should be at all. Power and energy reliability. We all know the state of Nigeria. In fact, if you are not on a band A network, you are, it's a frustrating experience. In fact, I always personally say that I would rather even be on band A and have the light and not turn it on than not be on band A, because the level of our energy reliability is very low. Even as a band A, you don't have reliable power supply. You still have to be connected to alternative power supply, whether it's inverter or generator. What we are saying is that no digital economy can thrive without reliable power. I think it's something that we've been debating in Nigeria for decades now. And the economy that we want to build, any resilient economy we want to build, without addressing the power problem, is a waste of time. So we need Nigeria, our government, our private sector leaders, in this space to prioritize power infrastructure. A lot of the time we say, oh, the national grid is down because the grid, I don't know when last the grid was upgraded. We need to upgrade our grid. We need stronger transmission lines. We need to reduce technical and non-technical losses, because that's some of the things that, always hear. There's non-technical loss, there's technical loss. They should reduce all losses so that, the power that is coming to us, is reliable. You can plan with it. Businesses can grow with it. Some 2+ years ago, we see some of these FMCG companies, multinational, leave Nigeria. And one of the reasons why they leave is because the cost of power, it's ridiculous. So it's something that needs to be addressed. We need to decentralize energy solution. One of the case studies down in the report is talking about how Ghana builds solar mini grids, and that has helped them. We need to do embedded generation, rural electrification. I know there's an agency, doing rural electrification, but I don't know what the mandate is. But if it's to look at what is going on right now, I think they need to accelerate the achievement of their core mandates. We need SME support. Another thing is energy transition investment. Gas as transition fuel. I'm happy now that you are seeing CNG powered buses, CNG powered this, CNG powered that, but we need more of it, because we have, one of the things that Nigeria has is, I believe that we have more gas than even crude, but the bulk of the gas is being fled. So how do we ensure that there is investment in gas? The country is building, a lot of power infrastructure using gas because it's clean and it's cheaper than crude. And of course, expansion of renewable energy. The last one is smart cities and smart public service. And there's a case study, looking at a country like the United Arab Emirates, UAE, talking about, and Singapore, how they've built smart city. Singapore has a very smart city. So you have intelligent transport, digital identity and payment, Internet of Things, real-time data for city management. They've built smart cities. And you have countries like Dubai as well. They've built both smart city, smart public services, e-government platform, digital tax and land registries. I know I was filling a form some weeks ago for something, and it has to be physically filled. Why can't that be done online? And you get messages immediately. You have in Nigeria right now, across a lot of the states, for you to get approval for land or all those things, it takes a long time because the process is largely manual. So how do we ensure that we are building a smart public service, automated procurement, which is also going to reduce waste and corruption? Telehealth, virtual learning, those are the things that we need to start thinking about, because a smart government is the engine of a smart economy. If every other part of the economy is smart and our government is not smart, the economy cannot be smart, because they are going to create bureaucracy and redundancy in the system because they are not smart. So a smart infrastructure for national competitiveness involves building a digital infrastructure, having power and energy resilience, and building smart cities and smart public services. The next one is talking about digitalization of key sectors of the economy. So I'm looking at manufacturing, agriculture, financial services, and public sector. Agriculture, our agriculture is still largely how do I say it? It's not largely automated. There's some countries that they even the land that they have is more arid and perhaps it's desert land, but they've used so much technology to do what we call vertical agriculture right now, and they're feeding themselves. At least they're having less food insecurity and having to depend less on other countries because they've embedded smart into manufacturing. We need to start thinking about that in Nigeria. We have the land, we have the people. So what we just need to do is to bring in automation. How do we use robotics and automated machines to build efficiency and reduce waste? How do we use Internet of Things in production? Real-time monitoring, energy processes, predictive maintenance to reduce downtime on these farmlands? How do we create smart factories? How do we ensure that our production for a lot of our fast moving FMCG companies are introducing real-time manufacturing, so that those are the things that we need to start thinking. Building smart factories, fully integrated processes, end to end. As much as possible, you reduce, you make sure that its food is integrated end to end and reduce disruption. So for us to that's one of the things that we need to do. With precision manufacturing, one of the reasons why you see America take manufacturing job to Vietnam, they take it to China, they take it to a lot of these countries. But we also have big youth population. Our workforce is massive. Why are they not bringing those jobs to Nigeria? And would have been better for it. It's because we have not invested enough to make our economy attractive for that kind of investment to come into us. So we need to start thinking about it, but we need to start being strategic in our manufacturing processes. I've talked about agriculture as well. Precision farming, agri-tech platform. I know there are some agri-tech platforms that have come up, but a lot of them have kind of defrauded Nigerians. Maybe they never intended to do so, but for whatever reasons they've done that. We need to build trust back into agri-tech platforms so that we have the right marketplace. We need to build the supply chain visibility. A lot of we don't have strong. Our agricultural supply chain is still largely it's still at the infancy level. I think we need to build maturity there. Financial services. The good news is that Nigeria has one of the best, I can say one of the best payment systems in the world. Where if you're in the US, it's very difficult to transfer money from person to person. I truly appreciate, when you travel and you want to transfer money to people, you appreciate Nigeria, where you can you're on your phone, you're already transferred. Except you're in places like China or probably Korea. If you go to, some developed countries, it's not as easy to move money. But the good thing about Nigeria is I think we have done a lot of work when it comes to digital payment. And I must commend the central bank, the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIMS, and of course all of the people that make this happen. And I also saw this week that they are building the rebuilding the Nigerian payment system, and there was a transaction that was done, I think, between Wema Bank now and is it Pampe or so. So I'm happy that is happening. What we now need to do is to have something we call embedded finance. How do we embed lending, insurance, pensions into this scheme? How do we do regulatory technology, digital KYC and AML? One of the reasons why some of the fintech has actually led a number of the banks is because they've find a way to digitize some of the things that are like a lot of bottlenecks for the regular man. But KYC and AML, we need to make it more digital. Fraud detection, that's something. As you build a payment infrastructure that is strong, there will be fraud. Right. And I was a CFO of a fintech before I joined pensions. That's one of the things that keep us awake at night, fraud. And it happens a lot in that space. So that's something we need to start thinking about. Is really, really building the RegTech and building the embedded finance. I've talked about the public sector. I will overemphasize it. We need e-government systems. I think that is very clear. As the government is trying to roll out this new tax for 2026, I know they are doing e-invoicing and all that. There's still a lot of challenges in that, but I believe that they will, as we will learn as we implement that. That's something we need to start thinking about. Digital identity. I'm happy that we have NIM, but there's still a lot to be done to clean that up. That was a very good platform I must add. The NIM is an amazing platform. Now, if you want to, a lot of things are being enabled with NIM, but there's still a lot of things that we can lay on top of that to drive the value that is embedded in having a digital identity for every Nigerian, and of course, data-driven policy. So on the next one, I'm still talking about our human capital. On the next slide, I'm looking at human capital for a smart economy. We need our citizens to be digitally surveyed. We need AI skill, we need data analytics skill, we need cloud computing, we need cybersecurity. We still have, and we have to start also from Our people now, our universities, are they even training people that are coming right now? They need to start embedding digital skills in our curriculum. So you need, so that we can have people that are ready for the new world of work. The world of work has changed. When I did accounting in school, and anybody that is doing accounting now, if they are teaching someone accounting the way I was taught, it means that there's not been any progress because the world has changed. We need to start thinking about that. And there's a lot of job in machine learning, natural language. And if you follow the news, you will see so just a few months ago, young people as young as 27, they are billionaires because of AI. It's just mind-blowing, the possibility when you have a digital skill pipeline. And also, I also said that when we have this built, when we have our talents who are skilled in this emerging world of work, it means that our economy will be resilient and we can have jobs come into Nigeria. And it's just something that we need to start thinking about, reskilling and upskilling for the future of work. As I've said, the skill that we have right now, with the advent of AI, robotics, and all that, might become obsolete. So people, they're saying that AI will make people lose their job. Yes, it will make people lose some jobs, but those people can be reskilled in some of these things that I've talked about so that they can become relevant in the future of work. So we need reskilling for our current workforce. And it's not just going to be done by the companies. It's also going to be done from our universities, from our colleges, from our government. We need to find a way to reskill, upskill, and provide lifelong learning, continuous learning. And that's why I'm happy that, our institute, ICAN, is bringing this kind of topics up, because it just shows that we're thinking about the future of work. Also, academic industry collaboration, curriculum alignment. I've talked about that earlier. It's very key. Internship opportunities, so that our graduates, before they graduate, they already understand what it takes to work in this current business environment. We need innovation hubs. I said that earlier. We need funding, and we need talent pipelines. And that is only going to come when you have collaboration between academic and industry. I'll give an example. I went to Stanford for a CFO course earlier in the year. And one of the things that was mind-blowing for me is the fact that, the university is at the heart of Silicon Valley. In fact, Stanford is in Silicon Valley. And a lot of the ventures, a lot of the big venture, whether it's the venture capital companies or even the companies themselves, come out of that university. They've done that. Academic industry collaboration is so tight that a number of their professors are even investors. So we need to start thinking about how we teach. We need to start thinking about how we collaborate as a country, because this is something that is going to be a game changer. Collaboration ensures that graduates are employable and industry ready. If we don't do this collaboration, there's going to be a gap between the people that we are churning out from our universities and what the companies and the industries need. Because if there's a gap, even if the jobs are available, they cannot get those jobs because they just don't have the right set of skills. So we need to start thinking about that very aggressively. The next one is innovation ecosystem and private sector enablement. So the next slide is just talking about that collaboration. Our ecosystem needs access to funding. So they need both the seed funding, the venture funding, the PE funding, and even IPO. We need to deepen the market for capital. The market for capital right now is shallow, right? Even for the local institutional investors, which are the pension fund. The pension funds the funds is now very big, and we have the insurers. We need to ensure that there is that financing. Financing becomes easy. When people want to access finance, they know what they need to access financing. They know how to get ready. They can, when they are qualified, they get it. That's something that we need to start thinking of, access to financing, because to build a big startup and ecosystem, you need money, because a lot of startups fail. The top 3 reasons why startups fail is not number one, is probably number 2 is funding. When people don't have the right funding, at some point they just give up because they don't have the money to pay their staff. They don't have the money to get into the next stage of growth. Innovation hubs, I've talked about that. We need innovation hubs, not just in Lagos. You know, we need it in Abuja, we need it in Kaduna, we need it in Port Harcourt, we need it in Enugu, we need it in Gombe. We need innovation hubs across the country. You know, we need regulatory sandbox, you know, control environment for testing new ideas. So we need a CBN, the SEC, the NIGDA, you know, to reduce uncertainty in this sector by bringing out policies that would, you know, enhance sandboxes. I know there was something about, there's this regulation on sandbox that CBN brought out some years ago when I was still in fintech, but we need a collaboration across all of these policymakers to make some of this regulation, you know, thrive. Enabling financing for SMEs. You know, we start thinking about, you know, alternative financing models. You know, the regular financing model of collateral will not work for a lot of them. People don't have collateral. Also, the financing model where, you know, a lot of them, you know, go to all this microfinance, all these loan sharks, and they are getting, you know, predictive lending rates. It is ridiculous. It's not even sustainable. So we need to start thinking. Our policymakers need to start thinking about how these people can access money. It could be revenue-based financing, you know, microequity. You know, we need crowdfunding. There is nothing we can explore. That can be explored because that has been done. You know, it's been done, right? So cooperative financing model. I know that, you know, we have a lot of corporate society in Nigeria, which is commendable. How do we formalize some of these models? You know, government and private sector financing is also key. Financial inclusion tools. We need digital wallet. You know, another thing we need is buy now, pay later. I know that I've seen some of those, but not so many. When I'm buying on a lot of apps, you know, maybe outside Nigeria, you will see that, oh, do you want to split payment? Do you want to pay three times? You won't get charged. There's no financing cost. You know, I see that in the US, I see that in the UK, I see that in UAE, but you don't have that in Nigeria largely. It's still very, how do I say it? It's still very elementary. So we need those kind of solutions, business support services, which is where we as accountants come in, digital bookkeeping, you know, e-commerce enablement, tax advisory, and business diagnostics to improve creditworthiness. We don't have a formalized, a more government-driven, how do I say it now, credit rating system. I think that's something that we need so that over time, as people buy recharge card, as they do some of these transactions, you know, they have a credit rating, and over time, they can build their credit up, and that will also enable them have access to the money that they need. On the corporate side, you know, corporate venture capital, we need corporate organizations to start investing in ventures. It's not just about, you know, their linear line of work. You know, but we have a lot of corporate VCs outside Nigeria. There's nothing stopping, you know, us from exploring that. Also, as I've said, accelerators and incubators. We have a lot of people say, I want to go to YC, you know, in the US. We can have our own YC in Nigeria. There's nothing stopping us from having that. So this brings us to the end of this session. So on the next slide, I just want to, you know, test just be sure that we are following. So we have some of these questions here. Please just type your answers to this. So the number one question is, which of the following is a key requirement for building a smart economy in Nigeria? Number one, increasing the number of government ministries. Number two, expanding broadband, fiber, and 5G infrastructure. Three, reducing the use of digital tools in public services. D, eliminating all private sector innovation. So can you, in the next 10 seconds, can you type in your responses to this? Can I see the responses? I'm not seeing them. Hello. I just want to know, okay, I'm seeing B. Yes, B. I can see a response from our human. B is the correct thing. Expanding broadband and fiber and 5G infrastructure. Number two, what does 5G enable beyond faster internet speed? Number one, only social media usage. Number two, smart factories, automation system, and precision agriculture. Number C, more television channels. Number D, basic phone calls. So can you type in your responses? What's our answer to that? Anyone? I can't see any response. Okay, I've seen someone type Damilola type B. Yes, B is correct. Smart factories, automation system, and precision agriculture. Now, number 3, which of the following is not a benefit of digitizing the public sector? A, improved transparency. B, faster service delivery. C, more efficient government revenue action. D, increased paperwork and manual processes. Which of the following is not a benefit of digitizing the public sector? Okay, yes, D is correct. At Grace, increased paperwork and manual processes. Number 4, smart cities rely on which of these technologies? A, IoT sensor, intelligent transport system, and digital payment. B, manual traffic system and paper records. C, only physical infrastructure. D, social media platform alone. Smart cities rely on which of these technologies? Can I get responses to that? Correct. At NG Tammy 7067, A is you said A. A is the correct answer. Smart cities depend on Internet of Things sensors, intelligent transport system, and digital payment. Thank you for your responses. We will move into the second model, which is talking about the sustainability, sustainable Nigeria, long-term growth through responsible value creation. So we're going to look at 4 things here: sustainability beyond compliance, the case for sustainable economic models, climate resilience, and social sustainability. On the first one, sustainability beyond compliance. What we are on the next slide, please. Sustainability beyond compliance. What we are just talking about is that sustainability must evolve from compliance to strategy. It is about cost effectiveness, about risk reduction or capital attraction, because there are some investors that will say that, oh, if you don't have ESG in your policy or embedded in what you do, we will not give you money. So some people are, using the buzzword, oh, we are ESG this, we are ESG that, because they want to attract capital. No, it should be beyond that. So understanding ESG, the environmental is carbon emission, energy efficiency, waste and recycling, water usage, climate risk, and compliance. The social is, we're talking about labor standards, employee well-being, diversity, equity and inclusion, customer protection, etc. Governance is board effectiveness, internal control, ethics, anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability. ESG shows how prepared institutions are for long-term resilience and competitiveness. So ESG is actually good policy. If you take governance, if you have an effective board, your internal control is efficient. You have anti-corruption policies. You are transparent and you are accountable. It means that you are building the country, a company that will last generations. If your labor practices are best practices, your employee at the center of what you do, it means that you have happy employee. When your employees are happy, your customers are happy, and they will patronize you. So actually, ESG is good for business. So sustainability has value enhancer. We said that it should be beyond. Institutions that embed sustainability outperform on profitability and resilience. As I said, if your staff are happy and they're happy to work, they're happy to engage customers, they engage customer in a friendly way, customers are happy, they return back to you and do business with you. It means that you can make more profit, because if your top line is solid, it trickles down to your bottom line as well. Also, ESG reporting, there's a lot of standards that is being brought into bear around ESG, global practices, GRI, SASB. I have a detailed list of abbreviations and in the appendix, so you can always look at this, some of these abbreviations, and the meaning and the definition, so that at least you can better understand what we're talking about. But transparency strengthens institutional legitimacy and investors' confidence. If you are doing the ESG, you are reporting and tracking impacts. You are tracking the impact you're having on your people, you're tracking the impact you're having on your economy, tracking the impact you're having on the environment. It is good business. And I think we should think about sustainability beyond the fact that, maybe the Nigerian NGX, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is telling us to do this, or because the International Sustainability Standard Board is telling us to do this. No, it should be beyond compliance, or because we want to raise capital and investors are saying, where is your ESG reporting? No, we should think beyond compliance and start thinking value creation, so that sustainability becomes a culture, not just something that we tick box on. On the next slide, we're talking about why do we need sustainable economic models in Nigeria. So for energy transition, we need renewable energy. We need transition fuel, which is gas. We need distributed energy solution. I've said that before. Without these things, it cannot enable productivity. Our manufacturing companies will continue to report very ridiculous and high costs of power, of electricity, because fueling generator is ridiculously expensive. So we need these solutions. We need renewable gas as transition fuel. We need distributed energy solution to enable our economy to grow. We need green industrialization. I think I saw something in the news this week. I didn't read it consciously, but I remember I saw it talking about, I think the Lagos state government is doing something around some green initiatives. We need a circular, beginning about circular economy. It's really about the economy that you recycle and optimize resources, waste to wealth. I saw something around that as well. We have people that are turning tire waste into other things. I watched a video on that, I think on Instagram some days ago. Resource efficiency. How do we maximize resources? Water use. A lot of us in Nigeria, we just use water because a lot, we are all water corporation, because a lot of people now, they have their own bowls. So we just use the water because we are not paying for it necessarily. At least the cost of the borrow once off, every time we don't pay for it. So we are not conscious about water use. So we need to be more conscious about water use, about waste. How, can we start thinking about recycling? But some of these policies have to be regulatory driven, or private sector also led. Private sector can lead some of these initiatives. Sustainable finance and investment, we talk about it. Nigeria was the first country in Africa to issue a green bond. We have climate finance, available from the World Bank, from African Development Bank, and a position like that. We need opportunities, investment trend and opportunities, where global investors prefer companies that have ESG focus, than companies that don't. Nigerian firms with strong ESG practices access cheaper capital as well. Finance is the fuel for a resilient, low carbon and inclusive economy. So for Nigerian long-term growth, we need to start shifting from being extractive to being resource intense. We need to move from being extractive to being resource intense in the way we focus our economy, in the way we do things, and our economic model needs to be sustainable as well. On the next slide, we're talking about the climate resilience, So we're talking about, climate risk to agriculture, to agriculture, infrastructure, and financial services. If we don't think about sustainability, we're going to have irregular rainfalls. We're going to have drought. We're going to have flooding, because we need to start thinking about how are we using our land, how are we cultivating them, how are we ensuring that they rest before the next cycle. And we cannot do this without sustainability, without being smart about some of these things. Our infrastructure, our infrastructure is not where it should be at all. Our road networks, our water system, as I said, we're all water corporation. That should not be, because over time, it's going to have a long-term effect on the country if everybody is digging borehole. We're not talking about it now because it's convenient for us, but for the future of our children, we start thinking about our water system. The water solution we have in the country is not good. So another thing is financing system. I've talked about that. Higher credit risk for climate exposed borrowers. So you have people that are in agriculture, because there is no, sometimes you cannot even predict. So if you take, for example, some of the issues that have been happening globally, and you have some of the big agricultural farmlands in the US, they've planted soybeans, and because of the global trade issues, they are major buyer of soybeans, just stop buying. So imagine if they already have loans, it means that they might default on those loans. And because they've defaulted on those loans, their credit rating might go down, and because of that, they are exposed. So some of these things are something that we need to start thinking about. Although in Nigeria, that is not even existing right now. We need to build it. We need to build a financial system for all these sectors that we've talked about. We need to build. We don't even have flood insurance. I've not seen any insurance company that sells flood insurance, but there's an increased flood risk in Nigeria. We need to start thinking about some of those things. Also, the role of data. Data is key. And the problem right now is that we're not using data because we don't even have the system. So we need to build systems for early warning systems. We need to build a geographic information system. I don't believe we have something like that, because it's not just available. Sometimes when you are outside Nigeria, you will check yourself, so you know what's going on today. Is there going to be snow? Is there going to be this? But I've never just consciously done that in Nigeria, which is something, it just shows that we don't have that. All of us, we rely on Google Maps. We don't even have our own. And some of these maps, even though, yes, they're advanced enough, sometimes they will take you to a road that is not roadworthy, or take you to the front of a house, because the information that we have in our economy is not just robust enough for some of these adaptive technology to really help us the way it should. And lastly, talking about social sustainability and inclusive growth. So on the next slide, just like we said, we start thinking in the economy, start thinking about youth empowerment. Next slide, please. Youth empowerment is very key. Skill development, jobs through innovation. We need to start thinking about gender inclusion and talent equity. We need to start thinking about financial inclusion. So we're going to go into module 2, and we're going to be taking these questions in module 2. And the question is, which component is a part of ESG framework? Entertainment, environmental, social and governance, sales and marketing, energy, shipping and gas. So is it A, B, C, or D? B, fantastic. Green bonds are primarily used for what purpose? Funding political campaigns, supporting environmental beneficial projects like renewable energy, paying corporate taxes, expanding oil exploration. So there's the correct answer is B, supporting environmental beneficial projects. Which is the main benefit of adapting a circular economy? Increasing waste generation, reducing resource efficiency, promoting reuse, recycling and new economic opportunities, and D, expanding dependencies on imported materials. The correct answer is C, promoting reuse, recycling, and new economic opportunities. Number 4, why is sustainability now seen as a value enhancement rather than cost? A, it reduces employee engagement. B, it increases operational risk. C, it improves efficiency, attracts investment, and strengthens resilience. D, it limits access to global markets. So the correct answer is C, it improves efficiency, attracts investment, and strengthens resilience. So we'll go into the next module, which is secure. And after the secure, I'll just quickly go into the closing. So of the conclusion and close. So cybersecurity as a national priority. What we are saying here is simple. Cybersecurity, the next slide, please, is the foundation of digital trust. A smart and sustainable Nigeria cannot thrive without secure digital platforms. So there's rising cyber threats in digital economy, which we need to address. So we need to build national cyber resilience. We need stronger national frameworks. We need institutional cyber security maturity. We need public awareness. The next one is key vulnerability across sectors. The financial services is particularly vulnerable to fraud. So we need to ensure that we block those loopholes. On the next slide, we're talking about digital protection and digital trust framework. We said that why NDPA matters. There's this as a company, we should know about NDPA, right? So because one of the things that it does is that it ensures responsible data collection and storage, processing, and sharing. The objective is that don't collect data that you don't need. So because once you collect data that you don't need, what are you using it for? I think that's it. So we need digital protection. We need the laws to be upheld. Digital governance is a strategic asset, not just a regulatory compliance. We also need to build a culture of privacy and responsible data usage. As I said, don't collect what you don't need. We need to also protect digital identities. As we start having names, BVNs, and all of these things out there, we need to start thinking about how to protect people from identity theft and things like that. On the next slide, we're talking about how do we strengthen digital infrastructure. We said a secure digital economy requires modern, resilient, and proactive security measures across networks, platform, devices, cloud environment, and data system. So we need to secure by design. That means as we are building our systems, we need to build security into it. Cloud, endpoint, and network security. Everybody is now on the cloud. So we need to ensure that there is security at the cloud, at the point of the cloud, at the endpoint system. We need to ensure that, we secure our digital operation. As finance people, we need to start thinking about security. How do we even secure our finance data? Where our data, the systems that we're using, how is it being stored? Also, disaster recovery and business continuity. When there's a problem now, do you have a failover? If there's a problem now, can your business continue? Can critical infrastructure, come back in 30 minutes, in 1 hour? Incident response. And how do you build redundancy in your system? That's something that, we need to start thinking about as a country. So the next one is talking about security in financial and public systems. Our financial system, AML, CFT, financing of terrorism, all those systems have been put in place by the Central Bank of Nigeria. How we're enhancing it, and preventing fraud. Regulatory technology, supernatural technology for regulators, RegTech for institutions, SubTech for regulators. How are we thinking about it in the light of the environment that we want to build for the future, the value creation environment? How do we ensure that, the open banking system that Nigeria is now more open to, regulator, the CBN is now more open to? How are we ensuring that, there is security in the data sharing between the bank and the financial technology companies? So the next module questions, I'll just take the first 2 questions. What is the biggest consequences of weak cybersecurity in the data economy? What is the biggest? So A is high cost of mobile phones. B is lack of trust, financial loss, and destruction of services. C is more social media usage. And D is increase in manual processes. Yes, the answer is B. James, thank you. The answer is B. Number 2, which sector is most vulnerable due to high transaction volume and sensitive customer data? A, agri, B, fashion, C, financial services, D, entertainment. Yes, the answer is C, financial services. So I will just keep the next question so that we can just conclude. So I want us very quickly to move to the facet of controller. Please, can you move to the slide 37, just talking about conclusion and key takeaways. Conclusion and key takeaways. So, yeah, next slide, please. So, I want us to also answer this question. On a scale of 1 to 5, how ready is Nigeria to transition into a smart, sustainable, and secure economy? Can you just, in your own assessment, how do you think, are we ready? Number 1, not ready at all. Number 2, limited readiness. Number 3, moderately ready. Number 4, progressively ready. Number 5, highly ready and accelerating. Just put it in a chart. How ready are we? Also, what is the biggest barrier Nigeria must overcome? So you can put it, is it policy? You can pick one or two options or even multiple. Do you think it's policy? Is it infrastructure? Is it skill? Is it funding? Is it security? What is the biggest barrier Nigeria must overcome, in your own opinion? So I'm not seeing the responses coming. Please let it come in so that we can promptly conclude. Oh, thank you. I'm saying policy. Yes, policy is a good answer. In fact, any of depending on moderately ready, yes, moderately ready. I think we are doing some things right. If I had the time, I would have talked about some of the things that we are doing right. But yeah, please, can we go back? Can we go back two slides, please? Let me just show us what we are doing right. Can we go back 2 slides, please? And I will use that to conclude. Yes, fantastic. So just because I've been saying so many things, and I like the response when the person said moderatory ready, and this is what brought me to this. We said NIM has become a core component of the Nigerian digital infrastructure. It is good. It is enabling verification. In fact, in pension right now, before you need a BVN, but now with NIM, you can do your pension registration. So it's good, but it's a good thing. And for us in Nigeria, it is a fundamental system, and it is so critical because on top of that, we can do a lot of things. We can do a lot of things on it. Fintech innovation, as I said, Nigeria is home to leading African fintechs, and we as a country, it is a very good thing. And also, as I said, the green bond experience is something that we are doing well in Nigeria, and is very commendable. So as I round up, I will say that Nigerians' transformation will not happen by accident. It will happen because people like you choose to lead with vision, with integrity and innovation. The future of the Nigerian economy belongs to those who build it. Let us commit to building a smart, sustainable and secure Nigeria together. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheung Peters. And we can see that the session has been highly interactive and engaging with the comments from the participants and their prompt responses to the questions. So I will call on the council members that just joined us to give us a vote of thanks. That's in person of Chief Daniel. I will say. Sorry, please. I think Dr. Crystal has joined us so that Dr. Crystal will now drop the sessions. Dr. Sir, you have the call, sir. Doctor, sir. So I don't know. Is having a little challenge there. So on behalf of the 61st president of the institute, Malam Aruna Yaya, MNI, PhD FCA, the 61st president of the institute, the chairman of MPD committee, Honorable Nasir Mohammed, and the registrar chief executive, Dr. Lanre Olasukwemi. We say a big thank you to you, and we hope that when we call you in the near future, we'll be available to answer the clarion call of the institute. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
So without wasting our time, we'll go into the second session, and the presenter is with us. And this second session will be moderated or chaired by a council member in our midst, that's Chief Daniel Awese. Chief, sir, you have the call, sir.
Thank you so much, my chairman.
Mr.
You're
Hafiz.
welcome to the.
Sir, sorry, sir. I know that you have just the call, sir.
No. I have been on. I wanted to say, in the absence of Dr. Kinsley, we can do the closing. First, we haven't given the participant the opportunity to ask one or two questions. That should be an oversight, because while on the one hand, the resource person has been able to appreciate the participant for responding to her questions, they too, they would like to also ask one or two questions. We have said it at the beginning. And then also, I hope you have told the participants to also have a kind of feedback, a kind of assessment of the presentation, because it's part of what has been done at the 55th conference. We have feedback from participants on presentation and presenter, okay? So let's give 3 questions, at least for now, since there's want of time. At least let's hear the voice of some of the participants. Maybe the first 3 people that raise hands, you can just call them and then let the resource person respond. Then we can now thank the resource person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So we did directive. So we call on the questions, comments, and observations from the participants. So just drop them in the comment section and we pick it up, and our resource person will provide answers to them. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please just drop them in the comment section so that the
Okay, if there's no questions, fine. Let's appreciate the resource person, even though you have done a bit of it.
yes, we have
Yes.
we have already done that, sir. We have given a vote of
Yes.
time on behalf of the
Yes. No.
sir.
Yeah, no, it's okay. At the end of the program, the deputy chairman will do all that. But
So,
for
sir, we
now,
have in our midst another council members in the committee,
yes.
sir.
Okay, so we said we can quickly ask them to also introduce themselves so that we see their faces and they say 1 or 2 words to the participant. Who are on call now?
It's Chief Daniel. I will say.
Okay. Chief, you are going to chair the next session, I think. So please go ahead and give us your face and your word. Thank you.
Thank you, my chairman and the professional colleagues. My name is Dan Awazie, and as directed by my chairman, I'm to chair the next topic, which is AI, cybersecurity, and the future accountant, safeguarding trust in a digital economy. And here we have our very own Fiyin Folu Okedara FCA to do justice to the topic. Kindly join me to welcome the resource person to do justice to this particular topic. Thank you very much. We encourage all the participants to listen attentively, because this is very, very important, particularly for those virtual members who missed the day 1 of the AAC in October. It is important that we pay attention, listen attentively, because there's a lot of benefit to derive from this particular one. May we have the resource person, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we briefly read the citation of the next paper presenter, and I will also call on my colleague, Scholastica, to do that for us.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being on the call. Okedare Feinfolu is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and resourceful IT risks, IT audit, and cybersecurity leader with about 2 decades remarkable experience in information technology, audit, IT general controls review, operational audit, fraud risk assessment, investigations, third-party compliance, data analytics, and business process reengineering. He is currently a director, technology and digital consulting at Fovis Mazars in Nigeria, where he oversees cybersecurity reviews, AI implementations, data analytics, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, general IT controls review, IT forensics, IT applications review, and database reviews. He is an alumnus of Coventry University, UK. He has facilitated several trainings on cybersecurity, AI, IT audit, and IT governance. And he is currently a resource person in the Technology Faculty of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also an adjunct lecturer at the African Academy for Counter-Fraud and Anti-Corruption Studies, where he lectures IT forensics and investigations. His weekly letter to auditors titled Dear Auditor is widely read on LinkedIn. He is a global ISACA mentor, passionate about emerging technologies, possesses strong project management skills, multicultural competences, and a commitment to continuous learning. Please welcome Okedare Feinfolu, FCA MBA, CISA CFE, for his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please confirm if you can hear me and as well if you can see my screen.
Thank you very much. We can hear you, but I'm not seeing you on screen. Okay, we can see you now on screen. You're welcome. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to be here today. I was speaking to us all about AI, cybersecurity, and the future accountant, how we can safeguard trust in a digital economy. We'll have a brief introduction and we will see how the role of accountant, how it is evolving in this our current digital world. We will also take a deeper dive into artificial intelligence and its impact in accounting. We will also be looking at cybersecurity and how it affects us as accountants, what we are expected to know, and how we can continue to secure the infrastructure that is generating our financial statements and all the postings that we are doing. We also look at how, as accountants, we can develop digital competences and how we can further position ourselves for future readiness and also build significant resilience. And then we conclude and we open up to question and answers. This my session promises to be very engaging. We will have some few knowledge checks in between as we go ahead. All right, walk with me and let us look at the details of artificial intelligence as well as cyber security. As a form of introduction, emerging technologies is taking over the world of accounting.
Hello, Mr. Finfolo.
Yes,
I think
please.
put it in slide mode and it is not moving. We should look at that.
All right, a second, please. Let me stop sharing and share again. Please confirm if you can see my screen now. And if it's on slideshow, most importantly. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Not on slideshow.
All right, just a second.
Or should we share from our end there?
How about now?
Here to display.
Please confirm if it's better now.
Okay, it's okay now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. In our current digital world, emerging technologies are driving how businesses are being operated. We all know, and we cannot overemphasize the fact that technology is enabling every and any business. And emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing is driving businesses, it's making businesses to be done seamlessly. And hence the reason why we accountants, we should not play catch up. We must have the understanding of artificial intelligence, how it affects us, how cybersecurity will further enhance the IT infrastructure where our core financial application sits, as well as our final end-to-end reporting for our periodic reporting or even our year-end financial reporting. Let's go ahead. The evolving role of accountants, we need to speak about that and further emphasize on it. Traditionally, we know that we accountants, we consistently crunch numbers, and our focus is more on the accuracy, completeness, as well as the financial transparency of the various organizations where we work. But today, it is expected of us as accountants that we need to understand the systems, the IT environment, the cybersecurity framework, and other emerging technologies that will directly or indirectly impact financial reporting and the integrity of these numbers that we are presenting to our stakeholders. The modern accountant finds himself or herself in the intersection of finance, technology, ethics, and governance as a whole. So, where exactly is our role as accountant shifting with the emergence of emerging technology in this digital world? We are now moving from number crunchers to telling stories that is backing up that data. And we must use data visualization tools, data analytics tools to tell the stories so that stakeholders, executive members of our board can seamlessly make decisions from that numbers based on the visualization that and the story we are telling from those data. We are moving away as accountants from just being financial custodians. We are beginning to be digital guardians. And what do I mean by digital guardians? Let's take, for example, that pitch tree that you're using, that SAP, that Sun Systems, that Sage Accounting that you are using to post. If it is down, or if there's a cyber attack and you cannot post for 5 days, for 10 days, for a month, how are you sure you'll be able to generate accurate financial reports for that board member to make a decision at the end of the quarter? Again, as accountants, we are moving away from just compliance with FRCN, compliance with IFRS, SAS standards. We are moving from just looking at compliance to being strategic and risk advisors for our organizations. We are understanding the core business, not just only from the point of view of what we do in finance, but we can advise the business from a risk perspective. What could go wrong, and how can we put in place controls to avert such business risks or such business going concern risk that the business can be prone to. Now, let's take a deeper dive into artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in accounting. So what exactly is artificial intelligence? We all know that artificial intelligence is no longer a buzzword. Artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence in machines. And I use a simple short phrase that can remain with us. I say artificial intelligence can be said to be machines with human brains. So what can the human brain do? As simple as recognizing speech, decision making, solving problems, translation of languages. As far as your brain can do it, a machine, right, can also do the same thing. You can feel, you can touch, you can smell, and from all those things that your sensory organs can do, your brain can make decisions with it. The same way, artificial intelligence simulates human intelligence, what we can do, that decision making that only an accountant can do, right, is now being simulated, is designed into machines so that such machines can think and feel and make decisions like we humans will do. So how does artificial intelligence works? The core of artificial intelligence involves a model, and this model is trying to solve a problem. What is the problem on ground? Weekly sales reconciliation, monthly bank reconciliation, continuous weekly three-way match. Those are repetitive tasks that an accountant must do practically on a daily, monthly, and weekly basis, as the case may be. So there is a model as well as a set of instructions, which is the algorithm that is making that model to work. That is the foundation of artificial intelligence. And there are two classes of artificial intelligence. We have the AI based on functionalities and the AI based on capabilities. Come with me. Let's look at these two broad classifications of artificial intelligence. AI based on functionalities. It is designed to perform specific tasks automatically. A lot of us these days, we have either Android phones or iPhones. We have either Siri or Alexa on any of these devices. This voice assistant has been programmed to perform specific tasks. And that is an example of an AI based on functionalities. The same way facial recognition as a second level authentication or security on our phones is an implementation of artificial intelligence. And then based on capabilities, this is it focuses on how intelligent or versatile AI systems can be. A lot of us, if not everyone on this call, as will, for example, this week you have checked out something on ChatGPT, for example. Yes, it is based on that capabilities, that intelligence, that the large language model in ChatGPT can give you any information from based on your prompt that is currently resident on it. Also, we have self-driving cars. We know we've watched a lot of movies where we've seen various self-driving cars and also AI for presentations. So let's bring it home. In what areas can artificial intelligence be useful in accounting? First, automated data entry and processing. On a daily basis, accountants will post on your core financial applications. These days, with the artificial intelligence and the power of machine learning and deep learning algorithm, data entry and processing has become seamless. With artificial intelligence, financial forecasting and analysis has become seamless. In the financial services industry, banks, fintechs alike, fraud detection and prevention tool, AI is now powering how analysis is being done and how fraud can easily be detected across large volumes of data. Now, we also have audit tools that are AI enabled that will carry out end-to-end audit process by just you feeding it with the right documentation, and you even have your reports. What are the benefits? Increased efficiency, reduced turnaround time, and significant productivity for accountants, especially when we look at repetitive tasks. It frees up time for more strategic and more important tasks to be executed. We also have enhanced accuracy and reduced error. Now, as humans, yes, we are typing. You can get tired. You may be distracted. And that is where, for example, in banking, there's the maker checker control. So that even if, for example, the imputer made some mistakes, the authorizer can correct it before the transaction is finally sealed. But with artificial intelligence, there is reduced error and enhanced accuracy. We can save a lot of costs by implementing AI or plugging AI tools to our core financial application, and it also significantly helps when it comes to decision making. There's no good technology that has its own advantages that will not have its own disadvantages or downsides. Challenges and considerations of AI. Now, data privacy is a challenge. When you're implementing AI, the kind of data, customer private information, phone numbers, BVN, addresses, that data privacy and security of this core information will be uploaded, for example, into the cloud. That's why we have a lot of organizations these days that have blocked, for example, ChatGPT to be used on their core IT environment. Another major challenge, skill gaps and significant trainings is still required to be done when we talk about implementation of AI or how AI can actually help us within the accounting sector. A lot of ethical concerns. In other climes, like in the US, Canada, and the UK, where, for example, AI tools are being used to analyze loans or check requests, a lot of elements of bias have been reported where the algorithm that is at the back end of the AI tool will just automatically screen some people out just because they did not meet with the, for example, the algorithms that have been set into that AI model. Again, integrating AI system or AI tools into the current core financial application, the ERP or the application in use within an organization can also be a challenge. All right, let's come closer. I have a brief knowledge check here as we go ahead. Can we come closer? Are we together? And it reads, What is one key risk of using AI in accounting? Key risk. And as I said, there's nothing that has a significant advantage that do not have its disadvantage. Thank you. Let's keep the response coming in. Yes, I can see on the chat box that there is a consensus of answers. Let's keep it coming. One key risk of using AI in accounting. All right. And one of the key risks that we have is, yes, ethical concerns. Okay, let's keep it going. Thank you, everyone. I love the engagement. And I'm happy that you're understanding and you're coming along with me. Now, let's talk about cyber security. What exactly is cybersecurity in a layman's term? Cybersecurity is how you protect your entire IT environment. It's as simple and straightforward as that. How you protect your IT environment. And what is within your IT environment? Your IT assets. Looking at, for example, your hardware and your software, that laptop, that IP phone, that server in the server room, those are IT assets. Your applications, that core financial application, that human manager, that invoicing system, are we together? All those applications, what are the controls you have put around it to secure that application? Your database, your core financial application is sitting on a repository, which is the database. Now, your network, how you connect to the internet, the local area network within your office, for example, how do you secure that network with firewalls, and ensuring that encryptions are properly done on that network? And most importantly, your data, your reports, your monthly reports, most importantly, even your business strategy, your organizational strategy. Yes, everything that sits within your IT environment, how you preserve and protect them from unauthorized access, which can be from from an attacker, or from, for example, a disgruntled staff, right? Whether it is also damage, theft, or even disruption. So it's cybersecurity focuses on all the processes, technologies, practices, and even initiatives that you have put in place to safeguard your information assets and ensuring that the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of these IT assets is validated from time to time. Let's take a deeper dive into the information security triad. That is the CIA triad. The confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That is the core of cybersecurity. And what does confidentiality mean? Ensuring that the information that is on all your IT assets is only accessible to that authorized individual. And that is why we have username and passwords. We have specific profiles. The profiles for the CFO is different from the profile of that new management trainee that resumed 2 months ago. The kind of access that the head of IT has is different from the kind of profile that, for example, the IT student has. Now, bringing confidentiality into the accounting context, you are protecting the client's financial data, payroll records, and any form of documentation to only those that are authorized to view it. Integrity, that data that we have, that financial records, maintaining the accuracy and completeness of that data at all points in time. For example, in your banking app, the integrity that is there remains that the figure that I have, my balance as at yesterday, if I do not do any transaction and there is no charges from the bank, my 25,000 naira should remain as 25,000 naira. If the figures or the data within my banking app is not secured, my balance is not secure, I will not have the trust in that entire bank's infrastructure. that is integrity of that data, of that information, of those figures. Preventing unauthorized changes to any accounting entries. That is where we have things like audit trail to check who logged in, who performed what action at every point in time, and then availability. That banking app, for example, having it available 24/7, irrespective of the country where you are trying to log in from. Ensuring that systems, data are accessible when they are needed. So, for example, that our online server, is it available that I can post when I want to post? Can I log in into that page tree, into that Sage or SAP, and my username and password can open up without any stress? Moving forward, why is cybersecurity important to us as accountants? Cybersecurity ensures that the financial statements, your financial records remain reliable. Data privacy and confidentiality of those financial records are maintained at all points in time. And then, of course, business continuity, ensuring that the data is available, our infrastructures are available 24/7 is important. Hence, we can now be confident that there is public trust because the data and infrastructure are available to users of this financial information. Now, for us as accountants, also as auditors on this call today, you need to evaluate the IT controls that are within that your IT environment. Are they operating effectively? You need to also assess what is the cyber risk exposure within our own environment. Have we put in place controls to preserve our IT environment from hackers, script kiddies, and every bad actor that may want to target our IT environment? And then we must continuously provide assurance around the financial information to ensure they are always secure. Now, I have few examples of common cyber threats here, and what are the core cybersecurity controls that must be put in place. First, we know a lot of phishing mails and phishing attack. That email that comes into your email box that is luring you, also stating that it is time bound. Or click on this link to update your profile or your account will be disabled. They use threats, sense of urgency to lure people. That is a phishing attack for you to either carry out an activity or provide confidential information. Ransomware, this is when, for example, the IT environment or a server or a system is hijacked by hackers and they are asked to pay, right? And the payment is not Naira, it's not dollars, it is in Bitcoin before that system, that device is released to the organization. Insider threat, staff members that have been disgruntled, or is an IT support staff that has not been promoted in the past 10 years, may choose to remove the network cable. And for example, the entire office network is down for the next 2 hours. And it's even joining you in checking, oh, what is going wrong? Let me ping this. Let me check which server is down or which connectivity is not working. But because such a staff is disgruntled, that is why when such employees or contractors misuse their access privileges, it is insider threat. And we also have social engineering. So for phishing attacks, you can put in place email filtering, regular backups, right? And also access control, list and privilege, especially for users across the core financial application and any other ERP that is used within the organization, and periodic review of these user profiles. Also, security awareness training is very important. October was the International Cybersecurity Awareness Month, where organizations went the extra mile in educating their staff about cybersecurity. Dear accountants, dear auditor, if you see a phishing mail, can you identify it? Let's come closer. Let's look at this knowledge check. Which element of the CIA tried confidentiality, integrity, and availability ensures data accuracy and data completeness. Let's come together. Let's come together. Let's come together. Let's read this question together. Which element of the CIA tried ensures data accuracy and completeness? Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. I can see some options. I can see some options. Let's keep it coming. Thank you. The chat room is buzzing. Yes, I love the energy. I love the engagement. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Yes, the answer here is integrity, data accuracy, and completeness. Integrity is that CIA tried that focuses on data accuracy and completeness. Thank you, everyone. I love the energy. Let's keep it coming. I like the fact that we are contributing and we are gaining a lot from this session. Thumbs up to everyone. Let's keep it coming. Now, in this digital era, as an accountant, what are the core competencies that is expected of you in this digital era? And let's look at it. First, we have data analysis as well as data visualization. That's your financial statement. Is it telling the right story? Can the board look at those your figures in a graph, in a chart, and can they make decision of how the sales trend when compared to the profit or, for example, specific cost, how it has impacted the bottom line over a period of time? So let's move away from just giving figures alone. Let us put in place visualization that will make stakeholders, the board, executive management to easily make seamless decisions. And this is possible. I know a lot of us already know how to use Excel, or better still, even a lot of advanced Excel and advanced analytics, but we need to move away from that and be able to learn other tools that can help with visualization. What we tell the story by just a glance, they can see the trend, but if it's just in figures, it may not tell this true story. Cybersecurity awareness is also critical. Can every staff in your organization identify a phishing mail? Can every staff in your organization, for example, can you identify when your antivirus on your laptop, on your system is not updated? Can you identify where, for example, there is a downtime that has gone for a long period of time? So this awareness is very important, because as the humans, we form the very first line of defense based on the knowledge that we have of cybersecurity. Because that mail may come in and someone clicks it and it leads to becoming a ransomware. Artificial intelligence. We as accountants, yes, we can't afford to play catch up. I know a lot of us know how to use some AI tools. I'm not talking about the likes of ChatGPT alone. I'm talking about working with your IT department to see which processes, those mundane daily processes that you're doing in accounting department, that can be automated, that technology can help you seamlessly achieve it. Again, we have IT governance and IT risk. Also, we have a lot of organizations these days that are moving their technology from on-prem, they are moving to the cloud. What knowledge do we as accountants have when it comes to moving our infrastructure from on-prem to the cloud? Do we understand the content of the SLA, or we are just leaving it to the IT department or head of IT to execute this alone? And when it's time to pay, you are saying it's not within the budget, or you just want to cut costs alone. Having some of this fundamental knowledge is very important. How do we bridge the gap between accounting and technology? First, we need that fundamental IT understanding core fundamentals within the IT environment, the controls that have been put in place, how different accounting processes can be automated. And we as accountants, we must also bridge this gap by capacitating ourselves, by learning more. And special thanks to our beloved institute by providing platforms like this, these learning opportunities where we can learn about these emerging technologies. Participating in sessions by the technology and data faculties of ICAN, knowing more about cybersecurity. Certified in cybersecurity, for example, is a free certification that you can read on your pace and do the exam, and you can be certified and have more knowledge of IT controls, IT general controls, and IT application controls, and over time also simulated labs and also hands-on training can help increase your knowledge when it comes to cybersecurity and technology. As I wrap up, how can you as an accountant help your organization to build resilience in this digital age? Are we together? First, you as the accountant need to understand what we know as operational resilience. How does our organization, how can we stand the test of time against any form of risk, whether it is business risk, whether it is cybersecurity risk, or we know we are familiar with the financial resilience, putting in place the right things, ensuring that there's cash flow, there's availability of funds at all times. Yes, that is fundamental and basic for us as accountants. But when it comes to other aspects of business risk, what can disrupt our processes, our vendors, our supply chain activities? What can affect our IT environment from it being available 24/7? Having this key understanding and then moving to how we can embed risk into whatever financial planning that we are doing as accountants, and consistently monitoring the IT environment to ensure that things like access control, change management, backups actually meet with the objective of the organization. Every organization is put in place or is established to make profits. While making profits, you want to also further reduce your costs. Hence, there must be a proactive risk management mindset, even as we utilize these emerging technologies and emerging tools. We must also continue to understand, even from the IT point of view, when they bring that new IT cost, that extra cost for implementing an encryption tool, that extra cost, you need to allow the IT to explain, what will this tool help us to achieve as an organization? What are the benefits of that particular subscription, of that particular payment, of that particular annual payment that is to be made in dollars? If you have that understanding, we are now moving from just cost cutting or controlling the budget to understand the reason why that digital technology is put in place and how it can further assist to drive the business. As I finally wrap up, let's look at this question together. My time is almost up. I am wrapping up briefly. Which of these, right, is not a core competency required for accountants in this digital age? Which of these, right? Let's keep it coming. Let's look at the options. Which of these is not a core competency? The core competencies, I've discussed them previously, is not required. Okay, I can see some options already. I can see some C's. Okay, let's keep it coming. The options are data analytics and visualization, cybersecurity awareness, backend development, and artificial intelligence. Okay, I love the energy. Let's keep it coming. We're about to wrap up. I like that we are learning this. I really love the energy. Let's keep it coming. All right, the answer remains C. back-end development. You need data analytics and visualization to be able to tell a story from your data. You need cybersecurity awareness so that you can prevent any form of hack or malicious attacker or a bad actor from having unauthorized access into your IT environment. And of course, the knowledge of artificial intelligence will make your work to be seamless, your turnaround time to be faster, and your operational efficiency as an accountant to move to the next level. All right, let's look again at this question, again as a wrap up. Which statements, are we together, best captures the future of accounting? Okay, let's read the options one by one. Don't let us just okay, let's keep it coming. Which statement best captures the future of accounting in this digital economy? Accountants will be replaced by AI. There has been different school of thoughts, but I will say the accountant that refuses to learn AI skills and other digital tools will be the one that will be replaced. Hence the reason why we as accountants must continuously be open to learning. Let's keep the option coming. Let's keep the options coming. I can see B. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. I can see the chat box is buzzing. I can say it. Option B says accountants will merge financial digital literacy as well as ethical skills. Let's keep it coming. We also have option C, as cybersecurity is now optional for finance professionals. I am not sure if cybersecurity is optional. The knowledge is a must-have. And I also have an option D that says ethics will become less important. How about why now? Our institute, one of the core foundation that is driving us as chartered accountants is, and it remains, ethics. All right, so B is the answer. Thank you so much. Some are still typing. Yes, B is the answers. Accountant will merge financial, digital literacy, as well as ethical skills in this digital age. All right, as I conclude, AI empowers, but will not replace human judgment. So as accountant, what you know, that human judgment in you, AI cannot take it away. And that is why we appreciate the Institute for bringing together platforms like this, opportunities like this, where we can learn more about AI, where we can understand that artificial intelligence is machines with human brains, right? There must be a model and an algorithm that is trying to solve a problem. When both come together, artificial intelligence works seamlessly. Cybersecurity, which is critical and is the bedrock of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the IT assets within our IT environment, is integral to maintaining trust. Our stakeholders, our vendors, shareholders, regulators, they've reposed a trust in us, in that financial statement, in that financial reporting that you will present to them at any point in time. Hence, cybersecurity helps to further enhance the trust so that the accuracy and the data is protected. There's no unauthorized access, which goes with confidentiality, and our IT assets, our infrastructure, our website, our platforms are available to vendors, consultants, and third parties as the case may be. Ethics and transparencies are non-negotiable for us as accountants. And most importantly, as accountants, we must continue to capacitate ourselves. We must continue to open ourselves to learning, especially when it comes to emerging technologies, cloud technology, data analytics, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. We can't afford to continue to play catch up. We must learn this, ask more questions, even from our IT team, right? You can ask, oh, where is our IT policy? Where is our cybersecurity policy? For example, engaging the IT team will also help to increase our knowledge. And coming to forums like this, with where ICAN is putting up trainings on emerging technologies, will further help to capacitate our knowledge. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you so much for having me. It's actually been a very fantastic and a very engaging session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Fejifolo. This has been very insightful, engaging, and impactful session.
Thank you so much.
Chairman, sir, you have the call, sir. So we will ask for members, if you have any questions, please drop it in the comments so that our facilitator can address them.
I want to appreciate our resource person, our very own. Thank you and thank you. Please, let's have the questions. Drop them so that they'll be responded to. Just noted.
So we have a question from Thompson Yanyawo. Can AI also solve problems that are not routine?
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that question. AI can actually solve a lot of problems, whether routine or non-periodic problems. But the first thing is, can you identify the problem, right? Can you identify the problem? When the problem is identified, the next thing is, how can a digital tool, how can an application, how can a workflow, how can automation, how can it resolve or solve that particular problem? So we are not just looking at, for example, your bank reconciliation you do monthly, your sales reconciliation, vendor reconciliation, or just the periodic three-way matches that is being done, even other strategic problem. As far as you've identified the problem, the next question you're asking is, how can technology help in solving this problem? Thank you very much. Hope that brings some clarity to your question, Mr.
Are there
Thomas.
AI training courses specifically designed for accountants?
I would say yes. The Institute of Chartered Accountants, our beloved institute, with the technology faculty, periodically gives out trainings that are linked to AI and other emerging technologies. These various trainings are periodically available, so you can check the institute website for these AI or technology-based trainings from time to time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Which one? I think Edward Olatunde, the question is not so clear. What is the cheapest or minimum cost of installation? So, what's installation?
Okay, so one thing we must realize is this: when you want to implement an AI tool or any digital technology, the very first thing, as I said before, is to identify the problem, right? So I am not recommending, oh, go and use this tool or go and buy this tool off the shelf. Identify the problem you want to solve, even in that finance department. Start engaging your IT team. What digital tool, what digital application can be used to solve that problem? Now, different organization, you can be, for example, in the telecommunication, FMCG, financial services, or even educational sector. The problem or the challenge you are facing is different based on your sector, based on your business operations, based on the challenges you are facing within your respective organization or department. So, based on that, the very first thing is identify the problem, engage your IT. And when you engage your IT department, they can even build as seamless as a workflow in-house for you. When you start engaging them, a lot of some of these problems can even be resolved in-house without necessarily going out to get a tool off the shelf. So that is the reason why, as a consultant, we continue to preach collaboration and working hand in hand with the IT department, and not us just looking for an off-the-shelf application to help at any point in time. Thank you so much. Hope that gives some clarity to your question.
Maybe just let us address this question so that we can round it up.
All right.
Sheyi B5064. How can one get practical experience of using AI in audit and get practical knowledge of cybersecurity in Nigeria?
All right. For practical experience around cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, first, I mentioned for cybersecurity, I mentioned certified in cybersecurity by the ISC squared. So, for example, you can just go to Google, type in certified in cybersecurity. It's a certification. It will link you to the ISC squared website, where you can create a profile for yourself and start the cybersecurity course. It is a free course. You can learn at your own pace, and again, you can, after you've learned a while, you can go and write the global certification in a Prometric test center. That serves as the fundamental knowledge when it comes to cybersecurity. For things like IT audits, that is where certifications like CISA comes into place. But capacitating yourself with the fundamental knowledge serves at first as the foundation before we now start talking about practicals. When you want more of the practicals, you can look for example, internships in cybersecurity firms, internships in consulting firms in their cybersecurity functions, where you can now get this practical knowledge. But what I always advise is get the theory knowledge as the basic, which will help you. And that is why I personally we always recommend certified in cybersecurity. Thank you so much. Hope that gives clarity to your question. It's really been an honor having me on this session today. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I hand over to the chairman of the session, Chief Daniel, please.
Wow. This is thrilling. We can see the stuff a chartered accountant is made. Dear colleagues who missed the one of AAC, 55 AAC, I can really assure you that with this, you have gotten even more benefit than some of those who were around during the conference. We want to really, really appreciate our very own for a good job, well delivered. Thank you so much. We continue to be grateful and pray that whenever we invite you, please do find time also to come, because nobody can do it better than for himself, than what one has done for himself. We thank you, we really appreciate you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Okay, we're grateful to God for concluding second session. So, which other council member is present that can chair the third and final session for this webinar? Any other council member on call? Okay, what about the RC?
Not on the call, sir.
Okay, what about your director? I mean the DRTS first.
Not on the call, sir. I think they are engaged with other institute assignments, sir.
Okay, what about the director MPD?
My chairman, sir. Good
Okay.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. At least the RC and the DRTS are represented with your presence. So go ahead and chair this final session.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Right.
Please, Afis, can you go ahead and read his profile first?
Okay. Scholar, please. The citation will be displayed now.
Once again, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Here's a profile of Dr. Olumuyiwa Adebayo. Dr. Olumuyiwa Adebayo is a luminary in the finance sector, wields a remarkable array of expertise spanning financial reporting, risk management, taxation, and adherence to international financial norms. His academic portfolio boasts a diverse education from a higher national diploma in business administration and management at Yaba College of Technology to a bachelor's degree in actuarial science with honors from the University of Lagos, complemented by an MBA from the University of Cumbria, UK. Further enriching his knowledge base are a postgraduate advanced diploma in transfer pricing from Middlesex University, UK, and a postgraduate program in data science and business analytics and artificial intelligence and machine and deep learning, both from the University of Texas. At Austin, and a certificate course on blockchain technology from University of Cape Town, South Africa. Next, please. Adebayo's rich professional journey includes significant tenure in banking, focusing on internal and financial controls and risk management. His pivotal role at Deloitte's IFRS advisory in Nigeria as a senior IFRS specialist and expert and technical and research fellow contributed to essential regulatory developments during Nigeria's adoption of IFRS. Olumuyiwa's professional journey showcases his deep expertise in structured finance, project finance, and mergers and acquisitions, reflecting his capacity for delivering outstanding results. His industry influence is built on a foundation of extensive knowledge, strategic insights, and a forward-thinking approach to financial challenges. Over to you, DDTF.
All right, thank you very much, scholar. Dr. Olumuyiwa Adebayo, CFA, FCA. He will be speaking to the topic, consequence management, the missing link in economic reforms and public accountability. Dr. Olumuyiwa Adebayo, at least to our participants, you already have an idea of the caliber of person that will be talking to you, at least based on his profile. And I can assure you that this session will also be another engaging and highly exciting session. Please, Dr. Olumuyiwa, you have the floor. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And much especially to the council and to the members of the institutes and to all of the organizers. Thank you for this opportunity once again to come to speak on similar topics like this. I believe you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Okay. I've shared. Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay, let me. Can you see it now? I believe you can see it now.
Yes, we can.
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I will be using the few minutes available to me to more or less buttress some of those issues that we want to discuss on. And I'll be having a switch between one presentation slide and the other, just to make it more interactive and to drive it home. I will be talking extensively on the consequence management, which serve as the missing link between when there is reform or what form of economic reform and public accountability. And in the course of this discussion, my focus would be more or less a strategic framework for sustainable governance in Nigeria. Now, I'm going to more or less start by looking at it from this perspective. Okay, let's just look at one or two teasers to drive it home. Now, one thing that we'll always ask ourselves by way of consequence management is to look at a scenario of our traffic lights. Now, if a red light is always ignored without a ticket, how long will it take before the city will collapse into good luck. And we can see some of those experiences in Lagos. Also, let's imagine in a football match without yellow card or red card or even VAR. The question then is, will our skills or the skills of the players or the indiscipline decides the match, who wins, and how orderly the match will be? The question then is, all of these are more or less a result of consequence management. And therefore, we need to look at it from this perspective to say, what then is consequence management? If I'm to look at it from the teaser I provided, it then means we can see that within our society, traffic lights and VAR systems more or less represents the consequence management, if we are to go by this analogy. And therefore, we need to really understand that policies are a bunch of rules. Nigeria have one of the best policies in form of blueprint, white papers, and the likes. But maybe what is lacking is the consequence management, or because consequence make rules real. And that is what we want to more or less chip in today. So that we look at it and ask ourselves some tenant questions between policy enforcement and policy shortage. Do we really have policy shortage in Nigeria? We need to ask ourselves that question. But I can vividly say, which I believe most people that are on this platform will agree with me, that no, we don't have policy shortage. The only problem we have the enforcement gap. The same way we have enough laws to prosecute whatever social ills we have in Nigeria, but the problem we have is, how do we enforce the law? The question then is, what does reform credibility depends on? And that is one of those things we are going to discuss today. Whether actions have predictable outcomes, reward, or sanctions. And these are the issues that border on consequence management. And therefore, I'll put to us some of these opening questions before I deep dive into our discussion. Why do we keep reforming the same thing? And we're going to see various reforms that have taken place in Nigeria. And you'll see the center point of it all is that we are more or less rigmaroling on the same spectrum. Maybe the answer lies not in the quality of our policies, but much more in consequence management. Now, what is the thin line or the gap between ineffective reform and permanent institutional change? That is, between reforms that fail to achieve the goals and those reforms that achieve lasting positive impacts. My research more or less produced that these lie amongst these three things. One, how we establish accountability for policy outcome. Two, how we apply penalties for non-compliance. And three, what system exists to track progress and adjust our strategy. On this premise, let me see if I could switch to the main slide I'm going to use to have our interaction now. I believe you can see my slide now. If you can see the next slide, just let me know. Okay, can you see it, please? So I need response. Okay. So I have switched the slide, but it seems it's not showing. Let me try it once again. Sorry, sir. I'm sharing the other one in the HTML, and I think it's showing at my own side there. Okay, can you help me share the second slide? In case I can't share it from here. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think you can, okay, you've been able to share it now. Thank you very much. Okay, I want you to navigate them one by one. Now, the purpose of me sitting here today is to speak to some critical things. Now, the question that is going to lead us to providing guidance and thought leadership is what is being displayed on the screen, which speaks to why do we keep reforming the same thing? Now, I want you to help me click the first tab there that speaks to 30 years plus of our economic reform and what can you deduce from our 30 years there. You find out that Nigeria has undergone continuous economic reform since 1980s. And if I could be given opportunity to list very few, you find out that between 1986 and 1993, we've more or less gone through structural adjustment program. In 2004, which was about 2 decades ago, we went through the banking sector consolidation. In 2009, immediately after the global meltdown and Nigerian banking crisis, we went to reform, which was the second banking reform that more or less gave birth to AMCON. Likewise, between 2011 and 2015, transformational agenda reform was experienced. In 2017 to 2020, Economic Recovery and Growth Plan was instituted under the leadership of the former president. And between 2020 and now, we've had multiple sector-specific reforms. Now, what is the pattern that we have observed? Each of those reforms promise transformation. Each produces impressive policy documents. Yet, fundamentally, we have challenges that continue to persist because implementation and enforcement remain weak. Now, I want you to close that tab and let us look at, of this reform, which one has been more successful. You can click the one for banking restructuring. Now, 3 banking restructuring since 2004. As I've said earlier, between 2004 and 2005, consolidation from 89 banks to 25 banks with minimum capital of 25 billion. Between 2009 and 2010, during the crisis, there were bridge banks, starting from the fact that 5 big banks collapsed. And post that crisis, ICAN was created to take over bad loans. Also, in 2020 to 2024, we've seen series of recapitalization and increased regulatory capital requirement, which some of it is ongoing, with the target of March 2026 for Nigerian bank recapitalization based on CBN rule. Now, why has reforms within the banking sector in Nigeria work? It's not just because central bank has made policies, but it's because central bank enforce regulations consistently with predictable penalties, which are consequences. And the result we can see today is that even though Nigerian banks are still lagging behind the South African banks, but Nigerian banks amongst African banks has shown resilience. And this is all because there was effective consequence management. Now let's look at implementation gap. Now, from the available data, about 57% have been seen as the gap we have, all because only 43% of capital projects completed on schedule or within the budget based on the report in 2023. Now, of which, in the 57% gap, we can attribute 78% of it to delays overall, and there were no meaningful consequences. The implication of this is that the gap between those policies and implementation tends to be massive. And these are not attributed majorly to bad policies, but from the fact that consequences were absent. Now, what then is the singular missing link? The missing link, if you can click it, is consequence management. Why? Because consequence management is more or less a systematic framework that could produce predictable, consistent, and proportionate outcome from either of our actions or our inactions. And this depicts why the missing link, as of today in Nigeria, still border on consequence management. And what is it? Today we have excellent policies, all because at every point in time of our reforms, we have the resources in terms of human resources, capital, and the like to bring in those technical experts, those international institutions like World Bank, IMF, and the like, to help us develop policy documents, which means the knowledge exists. We have capable institutions. Our institutions have been revolutionized over the time, and capacity has been built. Therefore, this equally exists. Legal framework. We have the best of the legal frameworks based on the fact that we barely have much more of issues between executive and legislative. And therefore, authority does exist where we have enough laws, regulations to support it. But what is the missing factor is that there seems not to be systematic connection between our behaviors and our outcome. This is materially and significantly missing in all our engagements. Therefore, I do conclude from my short research that a brilliant reform without consequent management is like a car without engine. Impressive, but immobile. Okay, we can go back to, we can close it and let's go back to what you will discover in our presentation. Okay? Can you close the missing link? Okay. Sorry, the organizer, it seems some people on the YouTube are not seeing the projection. And likewise, you can check against, but I can see it from this platform, but you can check it against YouTube. Okay, now, can we move to the executive summary? Just click on the executive summary at the top and go back to the top. Yeah, click on the tab for executive summary. You can see the tab at the top. Are you there? Can you go back to executive summary at the top? Kindly click on it. Executive summary at the top, please. Can you click on the tab, executive summary? You could see it beside the home page here, just above welcome to consequence management framework. Please, who is handling the switch? It's very clear, it's there. Hello, are you there? Sorry, whoever is handling the projection should please click on the executive summary tab. Yes, thank you. Can you click on it? Yeah, thank you very much. Now you can scroll down to the executive summary. Okay, now all we're going to discuss in the course of these engagements will border on the problem. And you don't need to click it yet. Border on the problem, the definition, the 5 pillars, and the clear framework that I've proposed, including the cost of inactions and stories, successful stories. Now, let's go to the opening position. Please click on the opening tab and we'll move further from there. Go to the opening tab here. And we'll come back to executive summary once we finish. Yes. On the opening tab, we've answered the teasers and we've also answered the questions. Let us now move to the definitions. Now, what then is consequence management? If you remember the analogy I used, from that analogy, we can deduce that consequence management is a discipline system that tends to link behaviors and results to predictable rewards and sanctions, and is expected that it is applied consistently, transparently, and fairly at individual, institutional, and systemic levels. Now, this more or less is anchored on 3 core pillars. You don't need to click, I'll tell you when to click. Core pillars. The first pillar is clarity of purpose, which means when we talk about clarity, the rules are well defined, the roles and responsibility are well defined, the time is defined in terms of scope and timing, threshold for allowance for errors or otherwise is defined, and everything must be transparent on the table. The second core pillar is the certainty. And what does that depict? First, the certainty of your consequence management rides on how consistent you are in the application of the consequence management, how swift you are in responding, which means the degree of responsiveness, how proportionate the sanctions are. Okay, like in Nigeria, we have seen situations where people that are involved in big corruption situations were given sanctions that more or less to people promotes even corruptions. Whereas you see situations where the poor of the poorest who stole yam may be sentenced to death or to 15 years or 7 years in prison. And likewise are there rewards. And the rewards here will be by way of acknowledging those that have complied and also punishing those that have failed to comply. The third pillar borders on credibility. And it borders on our institution. If our institution rather acts without fear or favor, supported by evidence and trails, all of these things are what we consider as effective pillars or core pillars for consequence management. Which means what you get from this is you have ethical leadership, we imbibe institutional discipline, and we instill public trust. Now, can we look at visual perspective to this? Visually, let us see the gap between policy and our practices. If you more or less take your screen across, can you see it? Okay, you find out that the policy design is very top-notch. If you have to score it by A, you see that it's like 90%. The legal framework is like 85%. But when it comes to compliance, initially we start to comply. Average Nigerians start to comply when there are new laws, but as time goes on, it reduced. We have inability to sustain it. And the actual impact is very dismal, and you could see it. And you can see all of the gaps. Now, which then means that ability to enforce is for us to be apt in the enforcement flywheel. And there are 6 essentials of this. What are the essentials? The first one is how to define the standards. The second one is how to detect valuations. The fourth one is how to decide swiftly. And the fourth one is how do we deliver consequences. The fifth borders on how do we disclose the outcome in order to demonstrate transparency. And the last one borders on how do we deter bad behaviors and how do we promote or reward or drive good behaviors. Now, leaving that out, I try to now go to the accountability gap. Now, from our accountability gap, we could see that these perverse incentives somewhat account for the missing link. One is issue of selective enforcement. Where do you belong? If you belong, maybe they look away. If you don't belong, therefore action is taken. Second issue about the consequence is the long adjudication cycle, followed by unclear ownership and the lack of data and record keeping. We have very weak data management system. But from empirical evidence, as you can see here, you find out that from the enforcement effectiveness, the banking sector has always taken more of the advantage, followed by the telecom, followed by the oil and gas, followed by the civil service, procurement, and power sector. Now, what then is the key finding from the little research that somewhat I've made is that Nigerian governance challenge is not primarily knowledge deficits, but an enforcement deficit. Now, these four stages are stages identify how our policy decay. At initial announcement, there's this visibility, there's this more or less soft acceptance, but as initial compliance comes in, it starts to nosedive. By the time we start to test the policy in terms of action, therefore, we start to miss out on the consequences. And therefore, by the time we get to the last stage, it has become a normal thing for us to deviate from the facts. And as we have seen earlier when we started, the cost of consequence-free governance include the fact that 43% of the capital projects are completed on schedule and within the budget, while 57% fails, and of which 78% of the failure are attributed to delays and overrun. Okay, now when we look at it here, looking at the spectrum of enforcement, performance, compliance, public trust, and efficiency, you'll find out that if we look at the banking sector, it seems to more or less be high on the radar, while the power sector seems to be lagging behind. Now, let's look at international dimension to this. In Rwanda, the performance contract system is so clear that targets for each level of government have been set and reviewed periodically, most especially quarterly, and with published scores. Now, the result of that include one, they've experienced improved ease of doing business, ranking by 58th position in the last decade. Their tax to GDP ratio increased from 11% to 16% through enforcement and not new taxes. Their infrastructure projects were completed much more ahead of schedules. And if you are to look at our contemporary in sub-Saharan, that is Ghana. Ghana Revenue Authority reforms started between 2015 and 2019. They implemented consequence framework linking staff performance to verifiable metrics. And what we saw there was that one, the revenue collection increased for 7% in real terms. The level of voluntary compliance improved from 58% to 79%. What was the key insight drawn from this is that the difference in their consequence management was not better tax laws, but better consequence management. And when we look at our charts, we could see how Rwanda currently experiences about 16% tax to GDP ratio. And the voluntary compliance rate moved to as high as 85%. Ghana, tax to GDP ratio stood at 14%, and their voluntary compliance rate is as high as 79%. Nigeria, of recent, we had that is about 10%, but most of those data are not yet publicly available to some degree to validate. But over time, before this administration, we over around 6 to 6.5%, with a voluntary compliance as low as 45%. But when we look at, on the average, within the sub-Saharan Africa, the tax to GDP ratio is about 10%, while voluntary compliance is about 55%. Now, we have 5 key pillars, which I consider clear framework. This pillar include 1, clarity. The second pillar talks about legitimacy. The third pillar talks about enforcement architecture. The fourth talks about alignment. And the fifth talks about the reward and remedies. And when we pick this pillar one by one, what can we say? Clarity and predictability is critical and are expected of our behaviors as may be defined by the policies. And therefore, what outcome follows from compliance or deviation is much more critical in more or less encouraging a behavior if it's good or discouraging a behavior if it's bad. Now, ambiguity is much more an enemy of accountability. When you have a set of rules or policies or laws that are ambiguous, you give room for non-compliance. And therefore, when rules are vague, when procedures are discretionary, and where consequences are unclear, what we create is a perfect environment for selective enforcement and corruption. Now, the current policy drift in our Tax Administration Act of 2025 seems to demonstrate this quality of clarity and predictability, all because timelines are clearly defined. They are more or less system instituted to track, and as much as practicable, there are not much ambiguity in those laws. Second pillar borders on consistency and non-selectability, which means consequence must be applied consistently regardless of the status, the connection, or influence of parties involved. If you are to look at it, between 2018 and 2020, using FRS tax audits as a guide, penalties were applied. Some of these were publicly mentioned, and since then, collection has improved dramatically. And these are things that we need to take into cognizance. Another issue borders on proportionality and fairness. In consequence management, whatever consequence or reward applied must be proportionate to violation severity and perceived as fair by all and sundry. Which means you don't encourage draconian penalty for minor infractions, and you encourage minimal penalty for grave infractions. Otherwise, this is going to undermine the system legitimacy and equally create room for non-compliance or system avoidance. And therefore, we need to take note of that. Another pillar that is key is issue of transparency and visibility, which means when consequence happens in the darkness, the broader behavior impact is lost, which then implies that visibility multiplies the impact of enforcement far beyond the individual case. And here, if you look at the EFCC as an example, most effective deterrence was not when they secured the most conviction, but when the convictions were highly visible through public forfeiture of assets and is being pronounced, visible consequences on corrupt politicians and individuals, and broader behavioral impact that is being seen by the public. Now, the last pillar borders on how we build capacity and independence of our institution, which signifies that effective consequence management threatens existing power structure. And this is where reform efforts encounters most resistance, or because you'll find out that most times when reforms are likely going to affect those that have the ways and means, you'll find out that they use various instruments to frustrate reforms. And that is why it is good to more or less build institutional capacity and their independence as it is. Now, if you could go to the implementation tab, there are more or less architecture framework that I have proposed. Likewise, you could see once the material is provided, you'll see various cases or scenarios that talks about tax reforms, power sectors reforms and its application, and what I could consider implementation roadmap. But let's look at the architecture framework. 5 sequential design questions for building consequence management into reforms from the beginning. Now let's look at the question 1. Behavior specification. What specific behavior are we trying to encourage or discourage? That is very key in drawing a good framework for your consequence management. The second question borders on consequence design. What positive and negative consequences will be attached to behaviors that are displayed by both people in power, the citizenry, and those more or less managing government affairs? For good behavior, there must be positive reward or consequences. Likewise, for bad and negative behavior, there must equally be punishment and negative consequences. The third question borders on detection mechanism, which speaks to who then will detect these violations, who will ensure exemplary compliance, and through what mechanism or system will this happen. And therefore, we then need to embrace digital transformation and reform. One of them is being embraced by the FRS through the fiscalization and invoicing platform. The fourth question borders on adjudication process. Who will adjudicate disputed cases and through what process? Which then signifies that we must include clear process of adjudication, appeal, process of providing evidence, and how decision-making have to be proportionate. And that's why one of the beauty, as we await implementation of the new tax reform, is that we are now having, for the most recent time, the creation of tax ombudsman, such that the tax authorities will no longer be the judge in their own matters. Okay, therefore, where both the taxpayers and the tax authorities will have to answer to an independent person to adjudicate on that matter in a transparent manner. And lastly, enforcement protection is the fifth question. And in that case, we look at how do we build institutional system. How did we build institutional system in this case? Now, how will consequence be enforced? What prevents blocking and delays? Therefore, we need to build independent funding mechanism for our institutions. We need to more or less have robust legal protections for our institutions and those people manning those institutions. We need to provide room for public reporting and public monitoring. And therefore, we need to also embrace multi-stakeholders oversight. And let's look at the leadership, the role of leadership in this all. Leadership, ethical leadership is more or less the foundation for consequence management. All institutions architecture will fail without leadership that embodies and enforces consequence culture. And this is not motivational rhetoric, but empirical reality, as we all know in Nigeria. Now, let's look at our data. You will see from this chart that in Rwanda, we have strong leadership, and the success rate of the reform is about 85%. In Ghana, according to data, we have committed leadership with success in their reform as high as 72%. In Tanzania, it's mixed. Maybe mixed because of the new development in Tanzania, but they have equally recorded as high as 55%, barely above average in reform success rates. In Nigeria, it varies, but on the average, we have only recorded less than half, maybe 42% in reform successes. Therefore, when we look at it, why leadership matters more than just a system is because, one, the culture cascades down. Because once you have that leadership, it cascades down because it's like top-down approach. Every organization mirrors their leaders' values and behavior. Two, systems need champions. Best framework fails without leaders who will enforce them or serve as a captain to ensure that the ship or the plane continues to sail or cruise in the same altitude and in the same direction. Three, resistance is personal. We are faced with political pressures, and therefore, this pressure targets the leaders and not the systems. But when you have leadership that are firm and ethical, they play a critical role in steering that ship. And lastly, trust follows consistencies. Stakeholders the public watch the leaders, not the documents, and therefore the narratives shape it as everything we could see. What are the qualities of consequence-oriented leaders? One is self-accountability, two is political coverage, three is capacity investment, four is consistent communication, and five is system building. And later on, you could look at our political economy, looking at Nigeria as a case study, and our leadership assessment board, which I've developed here. And you can see where it is and where we are. What then is a pathway forward? In this presentation, I've been able to more or less define what I consider as a national consequence management agenda. This is not necessarily my wish list, but an actionable program that different stakeholders can advance from their respective position. One is to prioritize our legislative affairs. Second is to prioritize our executive affairs. Thirdly is professional bodies like ICAN and the like need to play their role through advocacy, through various ethical standards and the like in order to shape the narratives. The private sector have to play their role. The civil society and media have to play their role. And you and I, citizens, equally have to play our roles. And from this document, which you will have access to after this presentation, I more or less itemize what are the stakeholder-specific actions from the legislative to executive to the professional bodies to the private sector, both at the immediate term and at the medium term. The need for integration and likewise our transformational vision, which means Nigeria have 5 years transformation horizon that maybe are pictured to be what successfully may institutionalize our consequence management. And one of them borders on our tax revenue. How can we grow that revenue merely by way of compliance rather than by way of introducing new taxes or taxing poverty, presumably to prosperity? Two is how then do we ensure we build infrastructures that will support all what we need to do at a real cost? How do we ensure that our power sector reform is actualized such that once you energize the economy, you have automatically create wealth to some degree? And how do we attract talents and good capacity to our civil service? Because they are the administrator that will implement the best of government policies. And all of this is expected to increase foreign direct investments and imbibe public trust. On this premise, I have these questions to wrap up. The first question I've anticipated, which also I believe individually we may be able to answer, is one, isn't consequence management just another term for punishment? And does this create a fear-based culture? I disagree. And why? Because this is exactly the misunderstanding we must address. When we say consequence management, it's not synonymous to punishment. Rather, it encompasses both positive and negative outcome. And that's why we talk about the recognition reward system. You reward positive behavior while you punish negative behavior. Because The fear in consequence-free environment is actually greater than unpredictability created by our anxiety. The second question is, how do we balance consequence management with the need for innovation and risk-taking, particularly in economic reform, where experimentation is sometimes necessary? Now, my proposition here is very clear. The question is key, and it requires us to distinguish between different types of failures. And I've identified three types of failures: failure of efforts, failure of competence, and failure of integrity. Therefore, we need to address how we turn all of these failures to success, which means success of efforts, success arising from our competency, and success arising from our integrity. And this can equally be achieved only where there is effective consequence management system. The third one is, given Nigeria's current economic constraints, how do we form the institutional capacity required for effective consequence management? Now, the institutional capacity for consequence management is not just about cost, but rather is about an investment that will pay for itself, which means it comes with ROI. If, for example, FRS can invest in technology that costs its averagely 1 naira, that technology can bring 300 naira or more into the purse of the FRS, and which goes down to governments to increase government presence in our society. And therefore, it's about ROI, which means this cost can be self-financing because we see it from the angle of investment rather than just mere cost. And you can see that from the Ghana revenue that increased by 47% between 2015 and now. The fourth question and penultimate question is, how do we deal with the perception that consequence management will be used selectively against political opponents? The solution is not necessarily to avoid consequence management for fear of selectivity, but is to develop a legal framework that makes selective consequence management system difficult and make things more transparent. And the way we could do this is to automate the triggers, which means our next technology is to publicly make statistics and details available, is to allow for independent adjudication, and is to also create multiplicity in stakeholders' oversight, such as professional bodies as ICAN are involved in the fight against corruption, civil society are involved, citizens monitoring enforcement system are also instituted, and appeal processes is equally put in fashion. Finally, what role should traditional and informal governance system play in consequence management, given the former state institutions do not necessarily reach all Nigerians? And my proposition is simple and straightforward, which says that former state institutions, professional bodies, traditional authorities, community structures all exercise one form of consequence management or the other. The question is not necessarily bordered on whether informal systems should play a role or not, but rather how to ensure consequence framework across all levels, and how complementary are they rather than contradictory. And by doing so, it borders on the principles of integration, integrating all of our system together in order to actualize this. And therefore, this principle borders on recognize our realities, setting our minimum standards, providing interface as an avenue to collaborate, continuously build capacity across all boards, and provide mechanism that will show independence and an appeal system to ensure that we have our justifiable means. Which then means that in summary, we'll come back to this executive summary. And what is simply is that let us look at these states. Now, if I remove this, our objective is that our policy quality should be apt, implementation rate should be high, enforcement system should be strong, public trust should be enhanced, and our institutions should be built up with the capacity required and independence. But if you look at our current state, where do we have? Where are we? We are at very high level for policy quality, as I've said at the beginning of this presentation, all because we have the best of the brains, we have the resources to engage widely and internationally, and that's why we have good policies. But when you check our implementation level, it's far below, it's ranging around 40%. Our enforcement level is far below 40%. Public trust is just barely at about 40%, and institutional capacity is barely tending towards 50%. But let us see, by the time Nigeria embraces consequence management, where are we likely to be? Policy will not necessarily change because we already are at the peak, but implementation rate will increase as much as 80%. Enforcement may increase as much as 85%. Public trust may increase to something like 78%, and institutional capacity can attain a feat of 80%. By so doing, I believe we need to more embrace this. And how to embrace this is that our legislative reform must continue to embed consequence management in such laws. Executive must build the capacity and independence within the institutions and strengthen them in such a way to actualize and execute these plans. Professional bodies like ICAN should more or less advocate, provide a support system in building standards, policies, and some other support system for those in governance. And we in private sectors also must be self-accountable at all costs in actualizing this. By and large, I will stop at this point. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muyiwa. It has been very, very insightful and impactful session. So we look at the comment section, and we encourage the participants to also drop their questions in the comment sections so that it will be addressed by our resourceful facilitator. Thank you. DDTF, please, you have the call. So we have a question from CGP 5064. What are the roles of the courts in the consequence management?
Okay, thank you very much. What are the rules of court in consequence management? Okay, courts serve as a last resort, and they play the critical role at the appeal stage. Remember that I gave examples of using the tax reform as an example, where you find a situation where you now have tax ombudsman. Okay, it is only when each party may not be satisfied with the tax ombudsman that you can now approach the courts, which means the court is just to demonstrate what is considered to be fair and proportionate based on established laws as promulgated by the legislative. And that's why you find out that in the main four institutions that I mentioned, other than the citizen and the civil service, you find out that the legislative is the one I anchored first, or because it is the rule sets and the punitive and the reward system embedded in such rules or laws or acts that the court is going to act upon. As we all know, the court is not a Father Christmas, and therefore it's not going to adjudicate on what is not before it, and it's not going to give reward or sanction that is not according to the laid down principle. The only more or less critical impact that the court system is going to provide is the fairness of the adjudication, the openness and the transparency, and how swift they are able to act such that delay does not necessarily delay justice. And that is it.
We have another question from Martin Slocky 8258. What can the policymakers do to improve on trust, implement and monitor of reforms for effectiveness?
Okay, first thing we need to understand is that trust is not bought. Trust is earned. And it's not earned at a spot, it's earned over time. And actions speak louder than voice. And that's why I said people will not look at the policy documents. People will look at the actions and inactions of the leaders that are meant to execute those policies. We then speak to the fact that we can only earn that trust based on actions that are seen over time. If you pick models in Africa, you could see in Rwanda, you could see in Ghana, you could see in Kenya, and some other places where consistently, and if you see part of the pillar is consistency, consistently, they are more or less in the leadership, acting the talk, working according to the rule. There's no exceptions to the rule, or there's no visible exception to the rule, if I could say, and that will more or less allow us to gain trust over time. There's no way you can force trust on people within a sport. You understand? For example, if the new leadership of INEC want trust, it is from their action from the last election. And we all who are judged within the control of INEC in the last election in Anambra, everybody acknowledged that they did well. Now, some people might talk about vote buying. That is not within the purview of INEC because INEC is not to superintend over whether there's vote buying or not because we have security agencies and the like. But when you look at everything within the purview and responsibility of INEC, and most recently, after that election, according to the reports, both at civil society, the media, and the likes, they had over 99% upload as at the eve of announcing the results of the winner, which means less than 24 hours. You understand? Which shows that that is that. But Nigerians have not yet trusted INEC. until another election, before you know, if they can be able to replicate this for the next cycle or off-cycle election before 2027, the confidence and the trust will be garnered. And that is how you can build trust. It's through your action on a consistent basis, not what you say, not how sweet you are, not the policies, but of your actions on a consistent manner. And that is it.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The next question is from Christ Repeat. This paper is an A+1, very pungent and eye-opener. Sir, do you think that the Nigerian government, as presently constituted, can bring about this enviable reform? Thank you.
Yes, 100%. I think so. And it's not about we pointing to the Nigerian government. The first thing we need to ask ourselves is, when we talk about government, who is government? You and I, we are part of the government. We then speak to the fact that every one of us must play our own role. The legislative arm, if we hold them accountable, they must play their own role of putting out good legislation in terms of laws, regulations that comes with consequent management, be it a reward and be it punitive or punishment for bad behavior. The executive, if we hold them accountable, they are to execute. And the more we keep them on toes, the more they have no choice other than to do the needful. The more they know that our vote counts and we will all turn out to vote, the more they will yield to your demands. Also, professional bodies should not play the sit-down role. They're supposed even to be in the forefront because that is where we have the intellectual capacity that drives any economy. Which then means once they play their own role without sentiment, without favor, and independently, given that they are not funded by the same government, we will also do our best to make every government accountable. Likewise, private sector plays their own role, and we citizens plays our own role. No government will not deliver on what we demand. And that's why there's this notion that says with every society, more or less, every society deserves the kind of government they have, or because if a society is docile, you get docile governance. But if a society is apt, you get apt governance, and that is just it. Which means Nigerian government, I believe that they can do far better than their contemporary in Africa, provided you and I more or less positively critique, provide solutions to them, and hold them accountable at all times. And every constituent of Nigerian society play their own role at every point in time. I believe that we can get governments that will more or less actualize this reform. Even from the record, we've had governments reforms where today our banking reform has been always successful since the days of Soludo up to Sanusi and now. Similarly, some other places we have reform, like the telecommunication aspect of reform, which then means that whatever we have done to make those things work, maybe if we replicate them and more or less advance on them and make it collective, the current administration are also more likely to actualize the strategic objectives and goals of their reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is Thompson Ayawo. What could be responsible why a man steals a chicken and he is sentenced to death, but a politician steals multi-billionaire, yet the penalty is little? Does it mean the consequence system in Nigeria is tailored more to punish the less privileged?
That's why we said I put the legislative arm first in every of our discussion because it's issue about the law. Because, for example, We always say corruption, corruption. The word corruption is used loosely. And Nigeria is not the only country that is corrupt or that corruption prevails. Virtually in most developed nations, virtually in all capitalist economy, corruption is bound to exist. It's natural. But the problem is this: corruption is just a buzzword. What matters is we need to be specific about the ills of what has happened. Somebody steal, you say he stole. There's nothing like corrupt. When you take somebody to court and you are charging on corruption, it's just vague. You understand? Mismanagement is vague. Let us be specific. If you look at our laws, there are a lot of lacunas, all because we are using vague words. But once somebody steals a tuber of yam, you find out that in the police report that they used to charge that person to court, what is there is that the person stole, and they will label the person allegedly or whatever they use or accuse him as a thief. But in our own system, we use these big words, this nomenclature, to portray stealing and say corruption and say mismanagement. And therefore, when you go before judges, you start to see various sides and lawyers interpreting what mismanagement is. Is it mismanagement for personal gain or lack of capacity or knowledge and some other things? And therefore, these give leeways for the elite to escape. Why the poor ones cannot escape? Because they were defined in what kind of crime they committed. And that's why we need to go back to the legislative framework to rewrite our constitution and rewrite some of our laws so that they are explicit. And once anyone violates the system, define what kind of offense it is and what penalty comes up with this. And also restructure our legal system so that when you charge someone to court, they first of all challenge the jurisdiction of the court for 2 years. After coming, he challenge the independence of the judge. After that one, go for another 2 years, it come, all sort of gimmick. If we could more or less restructure the judicial system so that you could start and finish a case within a short period of time, all of these things will also help. But remember, the big guys can fund the big sons and lawyers to defend them, while the poor ones does not even have money to engage a lawyer, and which then means that they are much more vulnerable, and that is not good for our system. And that's why we said judiciary can only work on the angle of the law and the swiftness of their actions. But what matters much more is for you and I to advocate leapfrogging what happens in other jurisdictions that has worked for them, to push our legislative arm to do the right thing by putting the law forward. Okay, and those are the things that we need to do. Therefore, it's a collective effort, and we all need to rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. From Godwin and your guide. Seeing that Nigerian problem is not policy availability, but policy implementation, what part can the accountants play to raise the percentage of implementation of policies?
Okay, two roles. One role is through our bodies like ICAN and the like, to more or less be advocates. And I think ICAN is doing that through various conferences, through various seminars, through interactions with people in government and the like. And advocacy is one role. And the second role is through our own actions too, as professional accountants. For most issues that we are talking about, you'll find out that accountants are equally involved, because they are the professionals that they might be engaged to navigate all of this system in order to bypass. And therefore, the question is, how apt are we upholding our ethical principles, of integrity, of responsiveness, of honesty, and the like. Therefore, if we play our role, if our institutions also play their own advocacy role, and likewise, we start from somewhere, and more or less, it's filter along those paths, and before you know, many people start to come into that stream, and we could get there in a matter of time. But again, let us play our own part, let us advocate, and let us also show in our own action how well we can promote good society within our space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because the time is fast spent, we'll not be able to entertain any. We'll not be able to entertain any questions. So I will now hand over to the chairman for further procedures on the session. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Is it chairman of the session or chairman of the lobby?
Chairman of the session first, then it will now come to you later. DGTF.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. You know, it's highly detailed and very, very filled up with empirical illustrations to drive home the point. Really thank you for that well taught and delivered session. And we hope that when next we call upon you, you will be willing to answer us. Thank you, Dr. Olumuyiwa, for that, for your time and for that insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chairman, sir, for your closing remarks.
Can you share the agenda? Let us see what is next on the agenda after the presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is AVM Adamu on call at this moment?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other council member beside the two council members that chaired the session?
No, sir. We don't have anyone on the course.
Okay. What about the RCE or the DRTS?
None of them is on the course.
Okay, that's all right. So let me take the last lap again. I will do the closing remarks as well as the vote of thanks. By way of closing remarks, number one, I hope we have all the paper presented for sharing to the participants' emails. And also, I would be glad to share the papers on council platform because this is very, very, very enriching without prejudice to members' feedback, assessment of the paper presented and the paper presenter. I would like to say that this is a really, really very, very rich presentation. And I feel I should share with the council members to appreciate that this webinar they approved has been delivered, and not only delivered, but delivered very, very well. The paper presenters have actually delivered credibly and needs to be appreciated further by council. And I hope members that have participated have actually gained not only the credit hours approved by council for the participation, but even for the value of the presentation made. And I hope they will also try to share with other members of the institute and even non-members for wider benefits and for wider reach. On this note, let me take the vote of thanks. I would like to first of all thank Almighty Allah for the opportunity of bringing us together, for the opportunity of having these resource persons, for the opportunity of delivering on the mandate of the council. And we have started hearty and happy, and we are concluding even much happier, hearty and happy. Let me thank Mr. President, the 61st President. MNI, participant of the 55th AAC. I will also thank the presidency and the council for this wonderful approval that led to the conduct of this webinar. I would like to also thank my committee colleagues, council members in the members and members professional development committee who make time to join me to actually chair the sessions and deliver on the mandate of the webinar. I thank the Secretariat led by the RCE and the DRTS and the Director and HOD to source the kind of resource person that have delivered today. They have done a very wonderful background work to source these resource persons. We really appreciate the Secretariat effort and being with the webinar all through. We thank you very much. Special thanks to the resource persons. We have the first paper presenter, Madam Sheun Peters. We thank you very much, not only for making time to put the paper, but really, really for the wonderful presentation, the techniques, and the approach were really quite enriching. Thank you very much. We also thank your organization for giving you the opportunity to actually present, giving back to the Institute. We thank you very much, and God bless you. God bless your knowledge. Then the second presenter, Mr. Feyil Folu Okedere. We thank you, sir, also for a very wonderful presentation, so enriching and well presented, and with value addition has been expected of the topic and the presentation. And the last but not the least, Dr. Olumiyuwa Adebayo, sir. Thank you very much. This is, you can see from the number of area of questions it has really touched where it is supposed to touch. We thank you very much. We thank your organization. We pray that all of you, the resource person, as you have added value to us, God will continue to add value to you, to your knowledge, to your organizations. And I believe you are raising people who will continue from where you are doing, so that the institute and membership will continue to benefit from your resource. Then we thank the participants for being patient with the instance of the failure of the technology, which has been discussed, part of which has been discussed today by the paper presenters. While we are looking forward to develop technologically, and the public and private sector are doing so much to improve on the technology, but we are still having some challenges. The ICC, having had so much resources deployed to upgrade it, to improve its technology, its structure, its environment, yet we had to have that kind of challenge. So, but we look forward to very much better environment, seamless technology, and deployment of its resource in our future AAC, whether at the International Conference Center or anywhere. We hope this kind of challenge will not occur. So thank you, virtual participant of the 55th AAC, for your patience, and now for joining this webinar. And we hope you have taken a lot of notes, and you are happy that the council has been really member-centric. They have taken cognizance of what we miss, and now respectively complement. So thank you very much for staying all through the program for more than 4 hours now. You are on it, but it is really time well spent. Let me thank the IT, our own IT, and all other support persons for seeing this presentation virtually hit-free for this quite long time, over 4 hours. We thank you very much for the diligence and for ensuring that the webinar went through very, very well successfully. So we on this note wish to declare the webinar concluded and closed, and we pray that we all remain blessed. So let me call on the HOD to give us closing prayer, and then we ask the Secretariat to run the anthems. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We pray and we remain blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'll need your permission, sir. We quickly want to run through our remaining programs for the year, if you permit, so that we can just mention it to the members. So anyone who is deficiency in the credit points will use the opportunity to enroll for the program, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Scholar, please quickly do that.
All right, thank you very much. On November 26th and 27th, we would be having insurance practice sector. This training earns you 15 credit points and it costs 25,000 Naira. On the 10th and 11th of December, we will dive into therapeutic entrepreneurship, navigating the Nigerian business ecosystem. It is also a virtual program at the cost of 50,000 Naira, and it attracts 17 credit points. And then we'll wrap the year up with our physical programs. On December 3rd and 4th, we'll be having the accountancy practice sector at Lagos Airport Hotel, Ikeja. The training fee is 75,000 Naira, and it attracts 15 credit points. And then lastly, tax practice sector will come up December 17th to 18th. It's also 75,000 naira for 15 credit points. We hope to see each and every one of you at our trainings. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Ajia.
Thank you very much, Scholar Shika, for that. So we give God Almighty the glory. We thank Him and we adore His name. And we show our appreciations for this section, which has been successfully carried out. And we also thank Him for the impact that it will make in the lives of our members. And we pray for the progress of members and the Institute at large. May God answer our prayers. Amen. Thank you very much for your rapt attention, and we hope to see you in our subsequent programs. Thank you. So the national and ICAN and national term to formally close the session.
Let's go, I can found the treasure in triumph of an array, standing stronger in harmony, building a land together. Dreams of a founding fathers, we are striving to attain our roots and values that we share through all ages be sustained. Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Noble ICAN, noble ICAN, your accuracy we cherish. We uphold your integrity.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain.